never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Attorney General Pam Bondi is blasting the Biden administration after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, saying the Afghan national accused in the attack should have never been permitted into the country in the first place. Bondi appeared on Fox News Sunday.
They did not do biometrics. They did not do social media. They did very little, if minimal, vetting on all of these people.
The suspect entered under Biden's Operation Allies Welcome in 2021. He now faces first-degree murder after the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen says President Trump has no plans to send U.S. troops into Venezuela, tamping down media speculation. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Oklahoma Republican reaffirmed Trump's focus on targeting drug traffickers offshore, not launching forward entanglements.
He's made it very clear we're not going to put troops into Venezuela. What we're trying to do is protect our own shores.
This comes after the president warned action may soon expand against cartel networks exploiting Venezuela's closed airspace. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has submitted a request for a pardon from the nation's president, Isaac Herzog.
Netanyahu is currently standing trial in his country for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. His request comes after President Trump threw his support behind a pardon for the Israeli Prime Minister. In a letter to Herzog, Trump expressed that he, quote, respects the independence of the Israeli justice system and its requirements, but said the case against Netanyahu is a political, unjustified prosecution. I'm Lisa Carton.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with a Ukrainian delegation in Florida, calling the session very productive as peace talks with Russia continue. Rubio emphasized that the goal isn't just to end the war, but to set Ukraine up for long-time prosperity and security. Ukrainian officials thanked the U.S. for its support while discussions continue on potential security guarantees and territorial disputes. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
First Lady Melania Trump announced her new production company in a social media post.
The announcement features a motion picture graphic for the production company Muse Films. The post also serves as an advertisement for her documentary reading Melania, the Film, exclusively in theaters worldwide on January 30th. The documentary captures 20 days of her life before the inauguration and is directed by Brett Ratner. I'm Lisa Carton.
Scientists believe they've detected lightning on Mars, but it's not like the lightning found here on Earth. In research published this week in the journal Nature,
scientists describe the Mars lightning as mini lightning, more like the static electricity shocks you feel when you touch something metal. Dozens of instances of the mini lightning were captured by a microphone on NASA's Perseverance rover. They mostly occurred during dust devils and dust storms. In an article accompanying the study, one scientist noted new instruments will need to be sent to Mars to verify the findings. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Flights are moving again at Des Moines International after a Delta jet from Detroit slid off the runway during Saturday night snowstorm. No injuries reported. The airfield reopened just after 11:30 a.m. Sunday. Still, several flights were canceled or delayed on what the FAA calls one of the busiest Thanksgiving travel weekends in 15 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty. Is it live or is it Memorex? I remember those days. Well, we are back live to get a new week underway and actually tear a page off the calendar Are you ready for the final month of 2025? Here comes December 1. From time zone to time zone, we will welcome you into a new day. The holidays are here. As indeed we close out the Thanksgiving weekend. I hope you had a good weekend. For those millions of travelers, boy, there was some difficult times trying to get back to the home 20 for a lot of folks. Yes, some still struggling. Had that big storm impacting much of the heart of the country there Saturday afternoon, a busy travel day that continued on into this past day. And now we kind of gear up for yet another storm system. This one's not going to be bringing any of the blockbuster snows. We saw snowfall well in excess of a foot in portions of Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. It was what a mess on the interstates. It is the season for interstate pileups. Yeah, that first snow of the season, people just seem to forget. You got to slow down. We will bring you up to speed, all the latest what's going on with our travelers' weather around the country. And of course, big college football weekend. It was rivalry weekend. Coming up in a bit, we'll break it all down. I can tell you this, between the prognosticator of prognosticators and the grumpy old grump, on the games that they were in agreement with, I think they correctly picked all but one. On those that they were in disagreement, as typically the case, they kind of split on those. But yeah, we'll break it down as we now head into, what do they call it? We're going to be going into championship weekend next week. And then it's time for, well, it'll be Selection Sunday. Who's in, who's out for the playoffs. And shortly after bowl season gets underway. But yeah, we'll delve into all that good stuff coming up here. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios on a cloudy night outside the Secret Bunker, showing 26 degrees at this hour here in southwest Ohio. We kind of got lucky with the storm system there Saturday into early Sunday. Really got a bit of a dusting, but temperatures kind of warmed up. Anything that had fallen is gone. Everything pretty much clear outside the Secret Bunker. Maybe a little bit of a different story come Monday night into Tuesday morning. Yeah, maybe a couple of inches in our forecast. And that's going to be the case for a large swath of the country. Winter weather advisories. At this point, not seeing any winter storm warnings. Most of this is going to be nuisance issues on the highways. So again, you're going to have to slow it down. Much of Kansas, the eastern two-thirds, we'll say, northern Missouri, southern Iowa, areas that picked up decent snow over the Thanksgiving weekend, going to pick up a few additional inches here over into central and northwestern portions of Illinois. Another area of advisories stretching from the southeast corner of Oklahoma right through from southwest to northeast through the heart of Arkansas, western Tennessee, right up along the Ohio River line, through northern Kentucky, southern Indiana, winter weather advisory. Some areas are looking at maybe an icy sort of scenario, picking up that glaze of ice, which that is always treacherous on elevated surfaces, that accompanied with a little bit of snow. But let's break it down. Our travelers' weather as we get the new month underway. We've got we'll call that a post-Thanksgiving blitz of winter weather that started off the season's first significant winter storm for much of the Midwest. Continues into the first few days of December here. A new storm taking shape, spanning nearly 24 states from Kansas, eventually all the way up into Maine. There are winter storm watches for this system later on Tuesday, stretching from northeastern Pennsylvania through southern New York and again all the way up into Maine. The cold air is in place, pretty much entrenched now across the Midwest, the Great Lakes, courtesy of the weekend storm. The corridor of snow and ice concerns expected to shift a bit further south this week, according to AccuWeather, impacting a broad zone from Oklahoma and Arkansas to the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Meanwhile, a soaking rain results in a slow commute and a risk for flooding on the warm side of the storm, including many of the big cities along the I-95 corridor there in the east. The messy storm not expected to be the only one this week. In the Midwest and Northeast, forecasters are already monitoring the possibility for at least one more impactful storm through the first 10 days of December here, as the cold air continues to pour in from the Arctic and Canada. Over the past day, Sunday, that storm was in the early stages. We did see some snow finally for the Rockies, including the Denver area, which experienced their second accumulating snow in as many days, following what was a near record-long snow drought dating all the way back to last April. First accumulating snow for Denver this season over the weekend. By early Monday here, the snow begins to expand across the central portions of the plains toward the Mississippi Valley. Mostly light accumulations, a few inches, slippery travel, places like Kansas City and Omaha. Further to the east, we'll see an infusion of moisture from the Gulf. We'll take the storm to the next level as a period of heavier snow breaks out by Monday night and Tuesday morning from the eastern Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley to the interior Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Cities like Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Hartford, Connecticut, expected to experience the first noteworthy accumulating snow this winter. The heaviest amounts likely enough to shut some schools and businesses, coming near kind of a rain-snow battleground zone. That line's going to come close to the Interstate 95 corridor between Monday night and Tuesday. Any slight shift in the storm track further offshore could help pull in enough cold air for snow to occur in places like Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Albany, New York, Worcester, Mass, Concord, New Hampshire, all among the cities where some of those higher snowfall totals are forecast. Just on the other side of the rain-snow line, where the colder air is more dominant, there will be a 3 to 6 inch zone possible across eastern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, portions of New England. I guess the good news is this storm's going to be rather swift in its momentum moving, saving areas from measuring more than 6 inches. All right, there's a small area near that rain-snow line that may see an icy scenario, sleet or freezing rain for a time as that system moves through, most likely from the Ozarks to a portion of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys, as well as the eastern Appalachians, the Ridge and Valley region from West Virginia to southern Pennsylvania. While the ice accretions are expected to be minimal, any amount of ice, as we know, brings very dangerous travel, slippery roads. We're talking from Little Rock, Arkansas, to maybe Roanoke, Virginia. This storm will not just result in impactful snow, but impactful rain for a swath of the south and the eastern seaboard. Multiple commutes, especially Tuesday along the I-95 corridor from the Carolinas to southern New England, will be slowed down with a soaking downpour. While the rain is actually much needed in many areas, it can be too much of a good thing in too short a time. A quick 1 to 2 inches of rain could fall from Atlanta to Charlotte to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia with this storm. The Tuesday morning commute could be especially impacted in the mid-Atlantic, where travel times may be doubled with poor visibility, road spray from the heavy rain, Depending on where that rain-snow line sets up in southern New England, the Tuesday evening commute could also be a soggy one there, especially near the coast. Boston, probably going to be toggling back and forth between rain and snow, so you'll be dealing with kind of a slushy mess there. Already looking ahead, this current activity, the winter weather patterns, not going to end with this early week system. The AccuWeather is already warning the better part of the first 2 weeks of December here will remain cold and stormy across much of the central and eastern portions of the country. Another storm, which was still located over the Pacific Ocean yesterday, that'll be the next cross-country system, gathering energy and moisture before bringing another round of snow and ice to much of the Midwest and East late this week into next weekend. While the details and the timing are yet to be ironed out, it looks like another round of accumulating snow in places like Cleveland, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, perhaps even close to the big cities there in the Northeast. Again, we'll have to watch that as it crosses the country over the coming days. Good to have you on board as we kick off. Well, December 1 is here. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Of course, we always get to Cap and Ron to clarify it's, well, whatever day it is, but missing in action in recent days. We missed you last week. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I'm going to let you know I'm back. She put me to the curb. It was fun while it lasted there, you know.
Yeah.
She was concerned too much about our age difference. She was 46, and I'm 60, going on 68. Well, she wouldn't even let me meet her parents, see? So then I guess that makes me feel like a pedophile, right? And that was the end of that one.
Oh, boy.
You know, my big mouth is always going to keep me in trouble there. Don't you know, I told your mama to wear your britches out with a persimmon switch. It's 34 degrees down here with a wind chill of 26 in Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Wow.
So, it's cool. Well, I know this is the greatest day of the week. Well, I'm still at the house, so I want to talk real quick about that hoe lane kipping at HOE. So that reporter called him a hoe, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. When you thought Lane Kipping couldn't do any worse than leaving Knoxville in the middle of the night, he said, "Hold my beer and watch this, see." And I saw a video where Ole Miss fans were at the airport giving him the middle finger. They were not showing him he was number one either.
Uh-oh.
I personally hope, I hope he loses at every ball game at LSU there. So that'd be about right there for me anyway. Well, what is warm, wet, and pink, Steve?
I don't know. What is it?
Pig in a hot tub.
Pig in a hot tub. There you go.
What above an Earl have in common with yeast?
What is it?
They're all inbred, so. At least I can pick on people in the South anyway.
Right.
I'm one myself, so. All right, well, I told this one, I missed this one over Halloween there. What do hillbillies do on Halloween?
What is it?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. Oh boy. It's good to have you back, Knuckle Buster. We kind of missed you last week. Couple folks were asking about you, but you did get you got a handful of Semper Fi shout-outs from our friends.
Oh yeah, I got some Semper Fi shout-outs there. The Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll call back in later on tonight. I'm sitting at the house bored. I just got through watching that NFL ball game, Denver and whoever the hell they was playing. That shows you how much I was paying attention to it. But anyway, Denver won. All right, Steve, we'll let you get on with the show, man. It's good to be back.
All right, good to have you with us there, Knucklebuster. Everything A-OK.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Yeah, Knucklebuster, that was the Commanders. They were playing there Sunday night. Yeah, Denver over Washington. That's a game that actually went into overtime. Nail biter. 27-26, the final score. Wrapping up Sunday's NFL action. What do we have for Monday Night Football tonight? The Northeast rivalry, the New York Giants versus the New England Patriots. Looks like that's slated for 8:15 Eastern here. Monday night in the NFL. And then we look ahead, of course, the Cowboys winning on Thanksgiving Day. How about that? They'll get another opportunity to play on Thursday night, where they're actually going to be facing off against the Lions. Thursday night football. Dallas versus Detroit. All right, round the country, 844-844-3388. Hey, what day is it?
It's the greatest day of the week.
Oh, boy.
How many more of these we got? We got like 3 more or something for the year, don't we?
We're getting close. You're right.
We're running.
Yep, running.
We're running out of greatest days of the week. We're going to have to start them all over again. So it should be a good day. We're all back to work after the nice long weekend. What else would you rather be doing? But anyway, I'll leave that one there.
Am I supposed to answer that question? What would I rather be doing?
Yeah, what would you rather be doing? But I got my lights up around the house.
I saw that.
Thursday.
Saw your pictures. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. That took me all day to do that. I wasn't in a super big hurry. Then drove down and saw my sister Friday. So you gave a report about the guy that had was it a stroke or heart attack that he was having? And then Rubber Duck texted in that he was having the same
he had
problems.
The same symptoms. Yeah, that was our friend Kentucky Ken who described his symptoms.
Kentucky Ken, right?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember who it was. Well, I saw Thursday or Friday that rubber duck didn't make it to that. He had an appointment for the 2nd or 3rd, but he didn't make it because he was in the ICU. You know, he didn't go to the emergency room that he was waiting for an appointment.
And
That's what his comment was.
All I know is I saw a photograph. I said, "What my evening entertainment?" And obviously, yeah, you had the screen behind him showing the heart monitor and all that. So I don't know.
I'm glad you gave the report on Double R. Also,
yeah,
I was wondering about him. So my Wolverines look horrible, but anyway, I figured they would. They just didn't have enough motor, didn't have a big enough motor, we'll say. But they're the youngest team in the conference, and I don't know, they're still my team, so
right.
Maybe we'll be back better next year.
As you say,
But
go Blue.
Anyway, yeah, go Blue. So I'll give a Semper Fi shout-out to Knuckle Buster. I'm glad he's back. Donut Man, and a birthday shout-out to the Heat Wave for his birthday today.
All right.
Mine's Wednesday.
Okay.
So.
All right.
So anyway, well, I appreciate you taking my call. I'll be looking forward for the football report after the break.
Just around the corner there. Well, thanks for making it official, the greatest day of the week. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New details emerge on the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in D.C. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says Ramanallah Lockenwall may have been radicalized after arriving in the U.S. Emails reveal his mental health had been deteriorating for years with long isolation, erratic travel, and family neglect. Lockenwall now faces first-degree murder charges, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with the Ukrainian delegation in Florida, calling the peace talk session productive as negotiations to end the war in Russia advance.
We continue to be realistic about how difficult this is, but optimistic, particularly given the fact that as we've made progress, I think there's a shared vision here that this is not just about ending the war, which is very important. It is about securing Ukraine's future.
Reports say sticking points to the 28-point U.S. plan include Kiev surrendering territory and reducing its military. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling into a brand new day. Obviously, Black Friday is in the books. Thanksgiving holiday spending is actually up, according to officials. Today, we are rolling into what they call now Cyber Monday, which has become in recent years one of the biggest online shopping days of the year. Yeah, forecasters are expecting a banner day, a record day for Cyber Monday. Things we'll delve into coming up here. All right, before we get to our college football, let's get the full report. I guess still with us in the land of the living, are we, Rubber Duck?
Yeah, quickly before a nurse comes in and screws with me again. I've had great nurses that came in like every 34 hours or if they saw something. But I've got the one tonight, the Swahili witch doctor that's getting his papers. That's just going to come in here and poke and touch. And I'm like, dude, I'm fine. So I've been diagnosed with heart failure, liver failure. I was drowning my lungs with all the liquid that I drank, and this includes water and Gatorade and all that, because they have literally cut me down to 4 of those little 12-ounce coffee cup things with a straw.
Yeah.
2 per shift. 2 during the day shift and 2 during the evening shift, and I was having a hard time just getting dry mouth, and they've got me trying to flush everything out. And I had the balloon in me with the helium being pumped in from the outside. My kidneys are okay. They were worried about my kidneys, but my kidneys seem to make a bounce back. and they're talking about pulling the balloon out in the morning and then get me on an exercise program and some medicine for the heart and try to give it 90 days and see how it is before he puts the pacemaker on. This is his last choice. He doesn't want to put a pacemaker on.
Okay. If not needed, yeah.
No, not yet. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. My pulse is up at 104, 102, which is a little high, but that's because I'm talking. And the helium, my oxygen's a little low, so you shouldn't be concerned with that. Again, it dropped 10 points for some reason. But I think if I start talking, that'll come back up before they notice it. But I'm not the only one. I mean, there's quite a few cast members of the show that are sick with their own health complications, and I'm praying for every one of them. And it's just proof that you can hydrate too much, is what the doctor told me.
Wow.
Because he's like, well, when'd you quit drinking beer? I said, man, I drastically dropped like a month ago, before Christmas. I said, or
Thanksgiving.
Before Christmas, but right around Halloween.
Halloween, okay.
And there's a couple of times where I'd always pull up, stop, go to get out the truck, and I couldn't get my legs back underneath me. When I was getting out of the truck, I'd have to stop, grab my breath. And like I said, I chalked that up to smoking. They said my lungs are good. For as much as I smoked, my lungs are fine. He says you drank so much liquids that you surrounded, it went into any place it could go in your body, and started making, that's why I had the big bloating and the going from a 34 waist to a 36 waist, and then back to a 32 waist, and it's just got to change the diet. My new fondness is blueberry muffins and popsicles, because they got those here, and sponge baths right now. My two hot nurses. And then to circumvent the water issue, since they don't want to give me any more water, I'm sneaking Starburst and lemon bits to try to moisten my mouth. But I've got the valve in the neck. I've got the valve in the groin. I had 8 different IVs running over the last couple of days. I still see 3 up there hanging, 4 hanging, trying to empty the bottles out.
Wow.
It was bad. It was, and I should have gone a long time ago. I mean, I should have gone back in the summer when I was doing it. But I was like, it's just heat. I'll grab some more water. I'll grab an electrolyte drink or a Gatorade, and no, that wasn't what it was. But yeah, I got to watch some football this weekend. Actually, I got so bored with football, I went back down the YouTube rabbit hole, because I couldn't see anybody else play. But the kicker is we have 4 tickets in the end zone of the visitors' end zone for the Packers-Ravens game, and it's either the 27th or 28th. They still haven't made their mind up, and I just can't see myself sitting in the cold in this. So we're trying to sell those and then recoup, maybe figure a different kind of vacation out for everybody.
Right.
But also we'll need to make up, because he sounds like it's going to be about 3 months before I'll be able to get back in the truck.
Wow.
If I can get back in the truck. But that 3 months is going to entail the gym, walking, working out. It's not going to be sitting on the couch, flipping a remote, lifting a couple dumbbells. I got to get serious about it. And I was less than 200 pounds when I came in. I'm down like 185 now because of all the water weight I lost. But you think about that. If a guy like me, a small, tall guy, small frame, winds up with difficulty breathing and all these problems, man, some of these fellows really need to get checked out. for not if not for them, for their family. Because I couldn't imagine putting Kim through losing me, less than a month after losing her dad.
Right. Yeah. And it all happens in the blink of an eye, right? Just like that.
Well, you got the one that you go in for thinking you're having a heart attack. Well, yeah, you had a heart attack, but you're not having a heart attack. But you got, let's get an ultrasound, and you get the ultrasound, they come back and they're, wow, you've got a lot of fluid on your lungs. And I thought he meant in my lungs. No, he meant around them. And it's pushing in. Same thing in my gut. It was pushing in on my gut. And so just be careful, fellas, because I'd never pictured this happening to me. I walk 5-6 miles a day. In addition to the driving, I pull myself up climbing. I'm grabbing. I thought I was in shape, but no, I was not. But I look like a pincushion. I tell you that. I got so many black and blue marks, and I'm just. I'm ready for him to say he's going to take this thing out in the morning and move me to another wing, or even say that, hey, you're going to be good enough to go home, but you got to come back for treatment in the mornings. Because I only live less than 2 miles from the hospital.
Right.
I don't even think I live a mile. I don't even think I live a mile from it. But, yeah, it'll scare the snot out of you, buddy.
Wow.
It will.
Well, I appreciate it.
And like I said, I know there's a whole lot of other people that got this going on. So it ain't just about me. I'm praying for the whole crew. Let's get better, fellas.
Take it one day at a time. Yeah, thanks for the update. I'm, glad you got in there when you did, right? Yeah, because with each passing day, the fluid was going to continue building up, obviously, and that's not a good thing. All right, add Rubber Duck, our friend Jeff, to the prayer list there. I saw Kim had posted over the weekend in regards to those Packers tickets. Said family emergency, 2 tickets up for grabs. Not sure what she was asking, but I noticed that, and I wondered at the time. I said, what's going on with Rubber Duck? Well, there we go, up to date. All right, we'll get to college football, the prognosticator, the analyst on the line after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, mentioned earlier, as far as all the games they were in agreement on, they only missed one game. I think we had 5 splits, and turns out Big Ed was correct on 3, Grump was correct on 2. So as usual, it was a very, very close weekend, gentlemen.
Yeah, no, we had 6 splits, and we evened up across the board. Wasn't that right, Grump?
Yeah, we had 6.
And then I got 3, he got 3. And then I finished the year at 126.60, and Mr. Grump there analyzed his way to 120.66, which puts me in the regular season winner. Need I say any more? Prognosticator may not know it all, but I know football.
Yeah, he beat me.
That's music to me. Say that again, Grump.
Yeah, he beat me.
It was good competition, Grump.
I told you they're going to talk about you in school, and kids are going to, have s'mores.
Right songs about me.
That's right. But no, it was a lot of fun.
No, yeah, it was. It. All I know is I enjoyed matching wits with you. But the second part of the season we're going to get ready to do. Like I said, Grump's got the hammer, and I don't have to tell you what that is, Ohio State. So whether I can pull out another win here in the second half of the season, I don't know. So that's going to remain to be seen, because I'm looking at the projections as far as who's going to get in. And right quick, Grump, Steve, if you'll let me. And I know Knucklebuster is going to totally disagree with what I'm getting ready to say. My thing with Lane Kiffin, and I can tell you, there's something about Lane Kiffin that just irritates me. And I told Grump what it was, but I ain't allowed to talk like that on the air. So that guy did everything he said he was going to do. He brought Ole Miss into the upper echelons of the conference, and he didn't. You take what Lincoln Riley did to Oklahoma, snuck out in the dark at midnight after a ball game, and all along said, "No, I'm not going nowhere." And then he run like a thief in the night, where Kiffin had been up front, and I just think it's wrong that they're not going to let him finish coaching this team into the playoffs. And but he, I may not like the way he coaches, but he in my opinion, yeah, he was flirting with LSU, but he give him 6 years. He got a right to try to increase his money just like everybody else. So I don't see where he dumped on Ole Miss, and for them to hate him like they're hating him. He brought you all in that position you're in. You can thank him and his assistants, but that's just my opinion. I just think Kiffin kind of got done wrong, hey, good luck on dealing with them Cajun coon asses. I mean, I don't know what else to say about them people. So, how long he'll be there, that remains to be seen. But that's my take on old Lane Kiffin. Go ahead, Grump.
I agree with you. I agree. There's a lot of them that's getting picked up by other teams right now. I mean, it seems like it's just open, they're just writing the checks and trying to bring in more talent. I think I've always had mixed emotions about this NIL money, but I think that's the reason why they're bringing in so many of these other coaches is because they want to bring in more money and better players, more competition in the teams. The last couple of years has been really competitive. I mean, it hasn't been like it was in the past, where it seems like every good player wants to head to Alabama or Georgia or Tennessee, some Southeast Conference team. I mean, they're spreading it around right now, and that's to me that's a pretty good thing. And what's going on with they need to bring in more talent, better coach and stuff to bring in more talent. So that's what they're going to do. I mean, they opened the checkbook up and he took it. So it is what it is. I mean, hell, I don't pass up good rates, out here on the field. I don't care, out here on the road. I don't care who it pisses off. I don't pass up good rates.
Think about it, Steve. Yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, even think about it. If somebody come up and off, I mean, if that group that deals with George and Ori, if they wanted you to come in and talk about aliens and government conspiracies and offered you $5 million a year, you gonna sit there and talk to a bunch of dummy truck drivers, or you gonna go talk to them nuts that believe in space and that stuff?
I think we might be talking about Atlas 31 every night, the alien spacecraft.
I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. See, you let ESPN or somebody that hear what me and Grump's doing, and they decide to pick me up, and well, I'm gonna tell old Grump, hey buddy, I love you, but goodbye.
Right.
I'm gonna take that money. And not even mention Grump's name again.
That's right. You'd be like, who was that?
Yeah, ride them coattails, brother. But anyway, and there've been a lot of coaching changes. Want to try to clarify up about Texas, why they're not getting in, and they might. There's a possibility they might if Alabama loses. When they play Georgia in the conference championship. But what I didn't know until I was studying it this weekend, they're not taking the conference winners, championship winners, as an automatic fill-in. Did I understand that right, Grunt?
Yep.
It's who got the best record, and that's why you see North Texas, Tulane, and even possible James Madison, because the ACC may not get nobody into the playoffs, because not everybody's sold on Duke, and they're playing Virginia for the ACC championship. So they even said they might be two group of 5 teams like Tulane and North Texas. But that's why I was hoping Michigan would win, because that would have probably thrown them in the mix. So that's how all this is playing out. And the reason Texas is right now, they beat Oklahoma, but when it come time to take care of business, they didn't take care of business. They lost to what? Florida? Who else was it they lost to, Grump?
Damn, I can't think of it now.
It was a lower ranked team.
Yeah.
Where Oklahoma, boom, they beat Alabama. They beat LSU. They beat Missouri. There was another team they went. I can't think of off the top of my head, but 4 ranked opponents that they beat. And Oklahoma's schedule's been one of the toughest schedules out there. And they played by the rules, and they won by the rules, and so therefore they're sitting at number 8, and possibly they're going to host, if it all falls out, Notre Dame and Norman. So they done what they were supposed to do. So everybody won't say, well, Texas should go in over Oklahoma. No, not necessarily so. That ain't the way they played out. Yeah, hats off to Texas scheduled Ohio State. And I've always said if you lose, you want to lose at the first season, but you definitely don't want to lose in the middle of the season against some couple of lower ranked opponents. That's bad on the resume. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Texas, they definitely showed up to play, and I don't know what the hell happened to Texas A&M. Their defense just stayed on the bench. It seemed like they just could not, get it together. And when you got some, young hot dog like Arch Manning, he certainly earned his money this, Saturday there. He damn sure did, and so I don't take anything away from him. It still kind of burns my butt. I picked Texas A&M to play Ohio in the championship, but they still
might.
Yeah,
they still might.
Yeah, but it's it just the way they do these damn rankings and stuff like that, I mean, it's, you know, it bumped them down to 7, I think, right now in the standings. And
I thought they got punished pretty hard for losing that game. I didn't think they should.
Yeah, I did too.
Hard.
Yeah, and I thought they should have stayed in. You know, they should be playing. You know, one of the teams there for the championship. You know, but hey, it is what it is, and we'll see how things turns out. But yeah, it was definitely some good football, some good games. We just have to wait and see how these championship games are going to go.
So when we come back, we got to get to the news break. When we come back, though, I'm kind of curious what are the ramifications? Obviously, you got number 1 Ohio State, number 2 Indiana facing off prime time 8:00 next Saturday. What are somebody's going to lose? But I think even regardless of that, they both ultimately make it into the playoffs, yay or nay. But yeah, hold that thought. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington was radicalized here in the U.S.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members.
Noem appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. She said the 29-year-old came in during the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. Prosecutors now plan first-degree murder charges in the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is blasting the Department of War's misconduct review, telling CNN's State of the Union it's an effort to silence him.
So more bullying and intimidation, but Dana, I'm not backing down. These guys don't scare me. They're not serious people. I mean the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense.
The department has not detailed the allegations, but the probe follows a viral video showing Kelly and other Democrats urging troops to refuse unlawful orders. Officials say Kelly could even be recalled for court-martial, and President Trump has called for those involved to face consequences. President Trump says the airspace over Venezuela is closed due to drug trafficking.
In a social media post Saturday, President Trump issued a message to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers. Please consider, he writes, the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. In remarks to military personnel on Thanksgiving, the president said the U.S. will take action on land very soon in Venezuela to deter drug traffickers. The U.S. has built up a large military force in the region amid growing tensions, including fighter jets and a Navy aircraft carrier strike group. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The FDA has linked 10 children's deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. That's according to a memo from top agency officials. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
There's been a large explosion off Fern Valley Road by the airport.
The UPS fleet of MD-11 cargo planes has been grounded indefinitely.
This comes weeks after a deadly plane crash in Louisville. The planes are to be re-inspected for possible repairs and will miss the holiday delivery season. According to a company memo Wednesday, Boeing's ongoing evaluation of the aircraft fleet shows potential repairs may be more extensive than expected. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
An Afghan national has been jailed in Texas after posting a TikTok video suggesting he was building a bomb to attack the Fort Worth area. Authorities say Mohammed Alakazay entered the U.S. under Biden's Operation Allies Welcome and was arrested Tuesday, charged with making a terroristic threat. He's being held in Tarrant County Jail. An expert is giving some advice on lowering the chances of getting sick while traveling.
Dr. Donald Dumford, an infectious disease specialist at Cleveland Clinic, says wash your hands frequently and wipe down any high-touch surfaces like shared armrests or food trays on a plane.
We need to think about getting our flu vaccine and consider getting our COVID vaccine, especially for those that are elderly or have a compromised immune system. Don't just consider about your own health status, but think about the health status of those around you.
Dumford says those traveling internationally should consult with a doctor to see if any other precautions are needed, such as getting a booster shot for measles. I'm Jim Forbes.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, and just like that, we are rolling into a brand new day. Time zone to time zone, we close out the Thanksgiving weekend. Hope you had a wonderful holiday. December 1 coming our way. Looks like we're going to start the new work week with some additional travel issues. It was a difficult return trip, wrapping up the Thanksgiving holiday this past day, Sunday. Hundreds of flights delayed or canceled in Chicago following the winter storm there. While the wintry mix of rain and snow developed in the Northeast. In the state of Wisconsin, utility crews there working to restore power to thousands of people. While the airport in Des Moines reopened on the critical travel day after a Delta Connection flight landing from Detroit slid off an icy runway there. No injuries reported. Passengers moved to the terminal by bus, they tell us. Obviously, hundreds of churches in Michigan told worshipers to stay home this past day. Up to a foot of snow had fallen since Saturday in areas close to Lake Michigan. Saturday, we had 8.4 inches officially at Chicago's O'Hare International, setting a record for the highest single calendar day snowfall in November at that airport. Broke the old record of 8 inches set back in 1951. Over 250 flights into and out of O'Hare had been canceled. By early afternoon, over 1,000 had been delayed. Planes being de-iced at several airports across the country this past day, including Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport and Minneapolis-St. Paul International. Sunday afternoon had about 340 flights into and out of Detroit. Delayed, a couple of dozen were canceled there. In the state of Wisconsin, the energy company, We Energy, is reporting more than 6,000 power outages. More than half of those were in Milwaukee and South Milwaukee. All right, elsewhere in Iowa, gusty winds Sunday, blowing snow back onto the roads, extending the hazardous travel conditions there. We did have areas of Iowa and Illinois that saw over a foot of snow, including 15 inches officially in Fort Dodge, Iowa. So the Great Lakes region was beginning to taper off finally, but now we watch for a new storm headed toward the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, with up to a foot of snow by Tuesday. The trend continues here into early December. All right, we were talking college football. All right, and of course, upcoming this weekend, big games. You've got Georgia versus Alabama, two top tens. Indiana, Ohio. I don't know, but you've got the number 1 and number 2 in the rankings in the Big Ten championship. If either, obviously, somebody's got to lose. They still would likely both make the playoffs. What would you say?
Yeah, I guarantee you. Ohio and Indiana, no matter one of them loses, both teams are going to get in.
Okay.
Now, you take Georgia and Alabama. Georgia loses, they're going to get in. If Alabama loses, they're not going to get in.
Okay.
Same thing with the Big 12. And Grump, correct me if you think I'm wrong, if Tech loses, I think they'll still get in. Then BYU might get in. But if BYU loses, it'll be just Tech getting in.
Yeah. This is all for BYU. They got to win, or they're done.
Right. And then you take the group of 5. That's Tulane and North Texas. Whichever one of them loses, they'll be out. But that might propel, depending on what happens. I think Texas will go ahead over James Madison. But I think they're counting, okay, if Alabama loses, that should shovel Texas to the playoff. But out of the group of 5, if Tulane or North Texas loses, then James Madison might come in there because their record will be, the strength of schedule would be better than that of a Duke if they was to win the ACC. You see where I'm coming from with all that? Go ahead, Grump.
And And that's still surprising that that was kind of a forgotten about team this year. We didn't talk a lot about James Madison, but they, they played good ball. They just didn't play, against, the Oklahomas and the, Texas and stuff like that, teams like that. So I don't imagine they're going to get far if they get in it. I really don't. I ain't shooting down the team. I'm just looking at where the money's at and where the defensive players is at. And I know damn well, me and Ed talked about this. If Oklahoma had a little bit better offense, they would be sitting high on the hog right now and would probably win it all. I mean, their defense is just amazing. And, it's just, they've been like that pretty much, the hell is this? A car hit a deer up here. They've been like this pretty much the whole while. And it just, they stumbled a couple of times, but man, they have had some good games going on. The sheriff's car hit a deer. Let me darn.
And you take their loss to Ole Miss. There's such a thing as a good loss, and they played Ole Miss close. So, and then the same, with Texas, I forget what that score was, but that was their two losses. They didn't get blowed out. And, under the scenarios we're talking about, Heat Wave, which he's got, two teams. He's got one of the best teams he could root for out there, and he gets on there and bashes them. That's Texas A&M. But he's always crying tears for the New Mexico Slowbows. And I was looking at their record. New Mexico Slowbows has got a good record, but unfortunately, the conference strength of conference is just not there. It ain't got anything to do with how much money they got. Their players have to transfer just to go get on a winning team like that quarterback with Vanderbilt. And I'm just trying to get Heat Wave to understand why it ain't nothing against the Slowbows. They're in a bad conference. Maybe they ought to think about getting out of that conference and try to get in the Big 12, or even they're going to restart that Pacific. Gosh darn it. What was that conference before they all dismantled? The Pacific Northwest?
Yes.
Get into that arena. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're I don't know.
Pac-12. Pac-12 is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, Pac-12, yeah. Was it Florida? Let's see. That we was talking about on... they lost to Ohio. They lost to Florida. We was talking about Texas.
I can't remember who. I'd have to look it up who the third loss was. Steve, you using that computer? Look it up. Who was Texas' third loss? Come on, you're going to have to do this. Yeah. Was it Arkansas?
No, they beat Arkansas 52 to something. I remember now.
Steve, do your job. You're going to have to be doing this next year. Did we lose Steve?
No, you got to tell me where to find it. I don't even know where to go to find the previous loss.
Look, NCAA football, Texas Longhorns.
Just, okay.
I know they lost to Ohio State. That was the first game. And
I'll tell you real quick here.
And I knew they lost to Florida. And I cannot remember who
Georgia.
Was it Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah. Yep. They lost to Georgia
in overtime.
Yep.
So,
no, that was that last year? Yep. That might have been last year. Yeah, Georgia 35 to 10. Yeah, 35 to 10.
Well, that wasn't even a close game when you were looking at that score. So and that's why you're not seeing Texas in there. But there's that good possibility. But I don't think New Mexico Slowbows will get in over Texas. So I hate to, when Heat Wave calls in there crying, Steve Hume and Hank and tell him to shut up. Man up, Heat Wave. At least, but I guarantee you, he will call in here and bash O&M, even though that is his ticket to calling it at the end of the year. Say, hey man, I got a team that finally won here, because I'm still banking my money that A&M will help me out of my predicament.
Okay.
I got going there with drunk.
So, wishful thinking, I think. You know, when I was listening to that game, I was flipping around there, and they was talking. There was some commentators that was talking about Texas and the Texas A&M game. You know, I was just kind of trying to keep up with all the scores and stuff. And when I was talking about Arch Manning, they said, yeah, you know, of course, Uncle Peyton's the face of Tennessee, and you know, University of Tennessee and stuff like that. If I could have got a number, I'd have called that idiot and said, hey, dude, you ever heard of the Majors? You know, Johnny Majors, Bobby Majors? You know, I mean, my goodness, you know, when you think of Tennessee, you think of the Majors. I mean, that's just the way it is. They both played there. They both, you know, both were up for Heisman trophies, you know, and that whole Majors family, they were honored by Tennessee as a football family. I mean, hell, every one of them boys, you know, you got Bobby and Johnny and Bill and Joe. Every one of them went pro. Every damn one of them went pro. Their father, Shirley, he was University of the South coach there for years. His wife, Elizabeth, was my third grade school teacher. And Joe Major, he showed up. He was there at my grandfather's funeral. And he come up to pay his respects to my grandfather. They'd known the family for years. But yeah, it's, you know, it kind of gets on you when you hear that garbage from some little pump down reporter that don't know anything about football. He's sitting there, you know, just trying to fill airspace, and it kind of ticked me off.
Yeah, at least do your dang homework, you know.
Yeah.
Go back to the Alabama-Auburn game. That Auburn's driving down to tie that score up, and Alabama intercepted, and they won by the skin of their teeth. So, you know, there's hope out there for the Texas or somebody else thinking their team ought to get in. But a 3-loss Texas would be better than a 3-loss Alabama. So that's where we're at on that. And then we've had so many coaching changes, and today, old Mark Stoops with Kentucky, he got the axe. Don't be surprised, Steve, if Kentucky don't come over and try to pilfer y'all's coach from Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so we got the North Texas coach going to Oklahoma State. Was Goulet or Goulash going to where's he going, to Auburn?
Yes.
And then
he got a hell of a deal too.
Then your Memphis coach, he's going to Arkansas.
So that's so South Florida with a coach. I think they still kind of flirted around with trying to get Dion down that way, but I think he's going to stay in Colorado. He lost most of his staff. They're going to some Division II school. I can't remember the name, which one it is, but you know, they're going there. Got recruited in as a head coach, and you know, I was listening to Dion, and they were talking about that jumping ship and stuff, and Dion he just said it like it was. He said, it's money. You know, he said, who doesn't go after the money? You know, pretty much. He said, when they offer them a good paycheck, they're going. That's just the way it is. He says, no hard feelings, nothing about this or that. But he just spoke it like it was. But it's going to be hard to pick next year's games. I'm going to tell you that right now. I think the recruiting that's going on, we don't even know who in the hell, what players is going to stick with who right now. You know, and I don't know if Kiffin's thinking that he's going to take some of the Ole Miss players, some of the sophomores and juniors with him over there. You know, if they can get the money to bring them in. But I don't know. It's going to be a anybody's game next year. I think Penn State's going to get their stuff together, and they'll be a force to reckon with.
And then Captain Ron's blue team, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with again. And
yes, they are.
And if Oklahoma brings back all their guys, they ought to start out at the top 5 anyway. I know John Mateer believes in Santa Claus. He's got a friend that's got a Santa Claus business during Christmas. And he's out there today selling Christmas trees. And guess who showed up and got a picture with Santa Claus? That old John Mateer, quarterback Oklahoma. He sent me a picture of that. So we got one thing in common. We both believe in Santa Claus. So anyway.
Yeah, maybe he'll bring you an Oklahoma win there, buddy.
That's what exactly what I was thinking. But Steve, I'll tell you, we appreciate you letting us get on here, and like I say, we got to call in this Thursday with the conference championship picks. So we're starting over 0-0. So and then into the playoffs. So, like I say, I may not know it all, but I think the first half of this season proves that I know my football. So, Grump, unless you got anything else on me, Steve, I'm gonna. Oh, right
Good,
quick, rubber duck. Hey, prayers are with you. It just shows, man. Like I say, you wake up one day and you feel just fine. Next day, you're fighting for your life, and so. Right quick, and I'm probably going to make people mad because I'm getting out of line. I think with what happened over in Indiana with all that big nasty pileup, you either need to do one or two things. Be like Pennsylvania, shut down interstate commerce, and don't let trucks run for a couple of days. That'll prevent what happened over in Indiana. You know what I'm talking about, Steve?
Yeah, that was.
It's either that or force the motor in public off the highways. That's the only way you're going to stop crap. Because I just can't fathom why that happened, other than the fact that you had people out there that didn't need to be out there, and they won't slow down.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I'm out of here. Thank y'all.
I tell you, buddy, well, I was coming back from St. Louis when that happened. I got called Friday, and then first thing they out of their mouth, you watching football? Nope, not yet. You had anything to drink? And I knew it was coming. Can you take a load down to drop it off in St. Louis? I got down there. It was fine. Coming back, it was a damn nightmare. I mean, it was blizzard conditions. Roads were covered, slickered, and all get out. And I'm bringing an empty trailer back, and I'm trying to. Wind's blowing. I'm people were going so slow. And I'm talking 5 and 6 mile an hour because they had a couple of trucks. The new drivers. I moved over in the left lane and started by them. There was a state trooper that was between two trucks and he couldn't really get out, but he kind of griped at me a little bit. He's on CB. He said, "Hey," he said, "you got a CB?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "You're going to wind up in the ditch or what?" And I said, "No." I said, "I'm going to wind up spinning out if if they don't get the hell out of the way here." You got to build up a little speed up and down these hills and stuff like that, but you got to be smart about it. I've driven in all over the world, all over the United States, Alaska. I spent years up there driving. And it's, when you're with those kind of conditions, if you do not know your vehicle, don't trust yourself, get off the damn highway. Don't be driving 3 and 4 mile an hour because that's going to cause problems. And I mean, they were just creeping along, couldn't do anything. They'd start up a hill or something like that and start spinning. And, but they were bumper to bumper. That's something that, and I think the state trooper was trying to get them all separated and stuff too, but he finally got going and come up behind me there. And, we talked a little bit more and as a truck was coming east on I-70 there, this dude, I don't know what the hell he did, but he went down in the median, come back, he hit the safer barrier, then come back up and jackknifed on the other side, and his trailer was sticking out in the highway, and so he had to turn around and go back to that. But you got to find that happiness. I mean, right there where you're driving. I mean, it was it was the road conditions were bad, but there was absolutely nowhere to park, other than in the middle of the highway. But if you don't trust yourself, if you don't know what the hell you're doing, get off the road. And I want to say something real quick about the the guy over in Kentucky there. I got a little scared a little while back. I was cranking a dolly and I started getting pains in my arm, my left arm, and a little bit in my chest, and I thought, oh, that's kind of odd. I'm 65. I thought, that's kind of odd. I never had that before, and so I went, just kept on doing it. But I took an aspirin. I called the doctor, and stuff, and they got me right in, and they wanted to do that stress test on me. I took, I did the chemical stress test, and man, that is uncomfortable as hell for a couple of minutes there. But what they determined, they looked back over some CT scans that I had on my kidney, since I have a tumor on my kidney. I have a malignant tumor on my kidney that they're still just letting kind of seeing what's going to happen with it. But they showed something in one of my arteries, and it had moved, and they determined that it was a blood test. Now, when they did the stress test and everything, I went under the scope and all that. Everything come back fine. I mean, it was all. They said I had minimal plaque in my arteries. For somebody my age, he said your arteries are relatively clear, and not even enough to measure.
Mm-hmm.
But they were looking at the fact that I had this blood clot, and most truck drivers die. They believe, a lot of them think that, like they're having, heart attacks and stuff, and it's usually blood clot induced heart attacks. And, I can't stress it enough. Wear compression socks. I wear them every day. And what I did, I got hit in the leg, and it could have started there, or it could have happened in my lung just from coughing or, something.
Something like a simple bruise or whatever, right? Hey, we got to get to our news break, but coming up, we'll talk a little bit of the Truckers Christmas Group. It is that time of the year once again. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington was radicalized here in the U.S.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members.
Noem appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. She said the 29-year-old came in during the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. Prosecutors now plan first-degree murder charges in the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. The FDA has linked 10 children's deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. That's according to a memo from top agency officials. Critics say the conclusions lack public data, peer review, or details on how causation was determined. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary told Fox News the information will be made available, while many experts warn the memo could politicize vaccines without proper scientific evidence. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Just like that, we close out the Thanksgiving weekend. The holidays are upon us. And once again, it's time to hold that annual conversation. I believe, I'm assuming it's Mark on the line. Is that correct, Mark?
It is.
Welcome back, Mark.
Merry Christmas.
Here it comes. It'll be here before you know it. Yeah, they're counting down the days now, December 1. So, yeah, we're talking about the Truckers Christmas Group. And it's amazing how time passes by. How many years are we into now for the Truckers Christmas Group?
This is our 17th year.
17 years. Wow.
Yep.
So all the way back to like 2008. Tell, for those who may not be familiar, tell us, I guess, what the Truckers Christmas Group is, how it all got started, and what we're looking forward to trying to accomplish here in the 2025 season.
Well, in 2008, there was a trucking social media group, and one of the guys on there, he was having a good year, but he was worried about the people who weren't having a good year. And so he said, I don't know how to do this, but, hey, I'd like to help some of those people out. And, here, I'll put $500 towards it. And so they got a committee together of, I think it was about 10 people. And that's when Truckers Christmas Group began. And it's really grown from there. $175,750 has come in over those 17 years, and we've helped 278 trucking families. So we help the trucking families. Usually they're going through, sometimes it'll be an owner-operator who's just having a real rough year, and trucks are always breaking down and all that. And a lot of times anymore, it's really become medical issues. So you get that heart attack like the last guy was talking about, and you're out for at least a year before you can get approved again. And it's hard to pay the bills, and Thanksgiving and Christmas come around, and you just don't see any hope of how you're going to celebrate Christmas. So the way we handle that is we give them a grant, basically, of $750, and they can use it any way they want. If they, if they've got kids and grandkids and they want to buy gifts for them, or if they want to bring the family together, if they want to pay their hospital bill, it's just takes some of the stress out of that time of year for them. So the way we do that is you go to our website, truckerschristmasgroup.org or tcgo.org, and there's a tab on there that you can click, and you can nominate a trucking family if you know one that's having a hard time this year.
Okay.
So or even your own family. You can go on there and you can fill out the nomination form, and then we'll take it from there, and we'll get hold of the family, and we'll have a interview with them and get to know their situation a little bit better, and do background checks and things like that. Try to make sure we're actually helping somebody who needs it, and
truly in need,
and not getting scammed. Yep. So then what happens is we'll be taking those nominations. We started taking them October 1st, and we'll be taking them all the way through December 17th.
Okay.
So you got a little over 2 weeks to get those nominations in before we cut them off. And then we have to cut them off because on the 18th, all the helpers who have been listening to the calls and asking questions and going through the vetting process and getting to know those families, they're going to look through all those applications, and they're going to give each one of the applications a score of 1 to 10 based on their need and other factors. And so that gives each family a score. So then we start, when we have the Santa call, that'll be on the 19th. We start with the highest score, and we work our way down the list until we run out of money.
Okay.
So we usually aren't able to help all the families that get applications in, and it breaks our heart when we can't, but that's life. So
again, right now, if you go to the truckerschristmasgroup.org, so again, you are a 501c3, you can actually still nominate a trucking family or whatever that may be in need, but bigger, you can make a monetary donation. But if memory serves, you also have you get donations from various sponsors, and you have a trucker's store. Is that still the case? You have the store where people can purchase, get a good deal on something, and that goes towards the contribution page, correct?
That is correct. You can go there and do your Christmas shopping. And we've got some of the same sponsors that you have. we've got Air Dog, and they're fine filters. We've got Flow Below, and they sell aerodynamic products. Let's see. We've got a strap winder. It's based out of Canada, and I believe it's also based out of U.S. Because Santa Claus is up there in Canada, and he got them for us, and then I ran across him at the one of the truck shows and met the other partner, and they worked the U.S. side. So, but it's a real nice strap winder. We carry not only do we carry products that trucking industry donates, but we also have some audio CDs from some of our trucking musicians. Bill Weaver, he passed away this last year, but we're still working with the legacy of the company with his wife, and Marhofer, Paul Marhofer,
Long Haul Paul.
Long Haul Paul, yep, that's right. Boy, he's got some enjoyable music. We also carry some things like one of our members does some quilting, and she sells a quilt every year, and I can't believe how fast that thing goes. We put that up in the store, and usually within 3 days it's gone.
So I pulled up the page here, and you've got several pages. I mean, headsets, Blue Parrot headsets, something called a Jabra Elite. Is that a headset, or is that some sort of earmuffs? I'm not even sure what that is, but yeah, you've got coffee pots, crock pots, Road Pro portable frying pans, and things of that nature. All these things. So you're kind of making a donation, but you're actually getting something in return for making the donation, right?
Absolutely. You can buy a Christmas present for your spouse if you're a trucking spouse and your other half's out there on the road and they need a coffee pot. Why, go to our website and buy them one for Christmas. And we work with Road Pro directly on that, and a lot of the arrangements we make with those products that are donated is we list them on our site. You buy them from us, and we basically call it a donation. And then we contact Road Pro or Air Dog or whoever and say, okay, this person bought this product, and they'll ship it to them. And that it works out good for them and for us, because shipping's expensive, so we don't want to have to deal with that. And it's also, a lot of labor that we don't really have. We're all out here trucking, so it makes it hard for us to ship things out from wherever we choose to warehouse them at. And so that works out for them too, because now they can develop a relationship with that customer. They can put in some extra advertising of some of their other products. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody that way.
And for those sponsors, are they able to kind of use that as a 501c3 helping out a donation like that in that form?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Wow, that's great. I mean, I know most of these big companies, they have a budget. They set aside a certain amount of funding annually to help various groups and organizations just like that. So,
yeah, some of them even have a department head that that handles all that.
So right now, you're still out there driving truck, Mark? Are you?
I am. I'm 65, so I'll probably retire in 5 years, and or 4.5 now if we're going to count down to the months.
Right.
So, kind of looking forward to that.
I'm trying to recall. It's been a while. Is Captain Kirk still out there? Wasn't he one of the folk with you guys at one point in time?
He was, and he is with the company that I work for. He teamed with me for a little while when my wife's parents passed away. She took a year off, and I needed somebody. Our team, our company only uses teams, so I had to have somebody team with me, and we brought Tom on then, and well, then when my wife came back out, he needed a teammate, and they actually brought him into the office, and so he's working as a dispatcher now.
Okay, I mean, I think last time I talked with Tom, he was actually with our friends at TNC Radio that kind of had to fold up shop there for the most part, and I think he was working mostly days as far as driving the truck in. Also, he doesn't get an opportunity often to give us a call here at these late night hours.
Right. And as a dispatcher, he's working the 8 to 5.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Well, if you have a chance to chat with him, tell him I said hi. We haven't forgot about him.
I will absolutely do that. Last time I mentioned it to him, he said, I told him, you ought to call in sometime. He said, well,
yeah, I don't
know when I'll be able to do that.
I ain't going to be up till 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. So it's the Truckers Christmas Group, 17 years in, truckerschristmasgroup.org. I'll share a link to your site on my Facebook page there, try to help spread the word when I get off this morning, if you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
And if I go to the website,
we can use all the help we can on getting the word out.
All right, and obviously, like you said, you're accepting nominations. If someone out there knows a family that may need some help this Christmas, you've got the links are all on the website, truckerschristmasgroup.org, and obviously to make a donation, or better yet, maybe shop the Christmas store.
Check out our website.
Okay. Yep. All right, and like I said, check out the store there because there's a number of products, and obviously I see some of them are sold out already. There's a limited number of everything available, but well, Mark, I do appreciate you taking the time to stay up late tonight. Are you driving these late night hours, or did you just stay up late to give us a call this morning?
Well, this is our first night back out on the road. My wife's driving right now, and I'm supposed to be sleeping. But that first night out, it's always kind of hard to switch from a stationary bed to a moving bed.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get much sleep.
Gotcha.
So I figured, hey, as long as I'm having trouble sleeping anyway, I'll get up and call in.
That's great. Well, it's wonderful to hear from you. I thank you so much. And if there's anything we can do, if you want to check back in here in a week or two and give us an update, feel free to do that. Give us a call anytime.
Okay.
Truckers.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so much. Truckerschristmasgroup.org. 'Tis the season, as they say. It's about 10 before the hour.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, so we got a brand new day, kicking off the month of December here. And hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. So we jumped right into the program. And let me go back and say hi to some of our listening friends joining us via Facebook, YouTube. Philly Dan was on board, as always, at the midnight hour Eastern time. Saying it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. And he chimed in prayers for Stockton, California. I'm assuming that's where what you had the shooting. Was that like a children's birthday party? Yeah, some of the victims as young as 8 years old. That's what's going on. Meanwhile, Marianne is in the house. Tank, here we are, back in the saddle again. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. We were blessed with plenty of food and fellowship, family and friends. I don't know who got more stuff, me or the turkey. But we're 35 degrees here in Arlington, Tennessee. Headed on into Memphis. We'll get a set and see if we can wobble our way out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Good afternoon. Larry Hammerdown, 42 in Mahwah, New Jersey. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Safe travels there in the Northeast. Country Bumpkin checks in. Hello to the Overnight Drive family. Roy is in Northwest Illinois, who said, we're all shoveled out, ready for the greatest day of the week. Now, how much did you end up getting? I know they got 8.5 inches in Chicago, so I'm assuming you got 8, 10, somewhere in that vicinity there in Northwest Illinois, right? Jeffrey checks in from the Sunshine State. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. There's Eric and Katrina. Saturday was the greatest day of the week because Cap and Ron's Meat Chicken Wolverines got smoked. Uh-oh. Obviously a Buckeyes fan, huh? Hello, Tony. Glad to have you back, Steve. Missed you. Good morning to all the hard-working truckers out there. Tony checking in from Hamilton, Ohio. All of us Americans are smarter than just one of us. My 2 cents. If President Trump needs to declare martial law or activate the national guard, round up all these terrorists, the illegals, and Muslim sympathizers, I think we should do so. I know it was different, obviously back with the Second World War with the Japanese. Some say it was inhumane, but it would solve a lot of issues. Anyway, everyone, get them the hell out of here. Yeah, I gotcha. And that obviously going back to the Afghanistani that kind of kicked off the Thanksgiving weekend shooting, the 2 National Guard members, one of which obviously perished there over the weekend. The other, last I saw, fighting for his life, swelling on the brain. I think he was shot point blank in the head, if I understand correctly. But that's stirred up another hornet's nest. That's all in the international headlines that we'll get to as we roll into the new day. Buckeye Boy, where are we at? Ackworth, Georgia, 43 degrees. Got a little over an inch of rain while we were gone. Not sure how much we got last night and earlier today. I took the rain gauge down. I didn't want to take a chance of it freezing. Had a great Thanksgiving, though, with the family. Everybody made it home safely. How about those Ohio State Buckeyes? What a great game. Now it's on to a very good Indiana Hoosier team for the Big Ten Championship. I'll be loading Tuesday, headed down to near New Orleans for a Wednesday delivery. Picking up, probably going to do a local delivery and pick up very early Friday, and then do the reverse later in the day. Hope you and everyone out there had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Let's see. Roy said there in Northwest, he just said we got shoveled out, but they're talking maybe 2 to 4 additional inches coming our way later this afternoon. Okay, on top of the 8+ inches already on the ground. So 8 inches, that was a shoveler for sure, right? Thanks for the update. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. You can visit tel360.com to learn more.
Far and wide. Looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Attorney General Pam Bondi is blasting the Biden administration after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, saying the Afghan national accused in the attack should have never been permitted into the country in the first place. Bondi appeared on Fox News Sunday.
They did not do biometrics. They did not do social media. They did very little, if minimal, vetting on all of these people.
The suspect entered under Biden's Operation Allies Welcome in 2021. He now faces first-degree murder after the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen says President Trump has no plans to send U.S. troops into Venezuela, tamping down media speculation. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Oklahoma Republican reaffirmed Trump's focus on targeting drug traffickers offshore, not launching forward entanglements.
He's made it very clear we're not going to put troops into Venezuela. What we're trying to do is protect our own shores.
This comes after the president warned action may soon expand against cartel networks exploiting Venezuela's closed airspace. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has submitted a request for a pardon from the nation's president, Isaac Herzog.
Netanyahu is currently standing trial in his country for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. His request comes after President Trump threw his support behind a pardon for the Israeli Prime Minister. In a letter to Herzog, Trump expressed that he, quote, respects the independence of the Israeli justice system and its requirements, but said the case against Netanyahu is a political, unjustified prosecution. I'm Lisa Carton.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with a Ukrainian delegation in Florida, calling the session very productive as peace talks with Russia continue. Rubio emphasized that the goal isn't just to end the war, but to set Ukraine up for long-time prosperity and security. Ukrainian officials thanked the U.S. for its support while discussions continue on potential security guarantees and territorial disputes. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
First Lady Melania Trump announced her new production company in a social media post.
The announcement features a motion picture graphic for the production company Muse Films. The post also serves as an advertisement for her documentary reading Melania, the Film, exclusively in theaters worldwide on January 30th. The documentary captures 20 days of her life before the inauguration and is directed by Brett Ratner. I'm Lisa Carton.
Scientists believe they've detected lightning on Mars, but it's not like the lightning found here on Earth. In research published this week in the journal Nature,
scientists describe the Mars lightning as mini lightning, more like the static electricity shocks you feel when you touch something metal. Dozens of instances of the mini lightning were captured by a microphone on NASA's Perseverance rover. They mostly occurred during dust devils and dust storms. In an article accompanying the study, one scientist noted new instruments will need to be sent to Mars to verify the findings. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Flights are moving again at Des Moines International after a Delta jet from Detroit slid off the runway during Saturday night snowstorm. No injuries reported. The airfield reopened just after 11:30 a.m. Sunday. Still, several flights were canceled or delayed on what the FAA calls one of the busiest Thanksgiving travel weekends in 15 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we get a new day underway, Monday, greatest day of the week. Okay, here it is. Like it or not, holidays are here. Yeah, meanwhile, areas across the interior west and the front range of the Rockies starting to get into the thick of winter as we get the new week and the new month underway. While a burst of colder air is settled in across the region, we have a storm plunging through the Rockies. Another round of snow. We saw a bit more snow in the Denver area this past day. Daytime highs in the 20s this past afternoon. And it's not uncommon for Denver to see beautiful. They were in the 50s and 60s. Like for Thanksgiving and Friday, and they wake up in the 20s and snow the next day. It's insane. Now, they tell us the chilly patterns are going to stick around early this week. Yeah, highs not returning into the 50s, probably till like Friday of this week. All right, snow prior to reaching the Denver area. The storm spread a wave of quick hitting snow from parts of Oregon, southern Idaho, eastern Nevada, Utah, and southern Wyoming. Untreated roads, especially in the mountainous areas, turning snow-covered and slick. Overnight tonight, the southern edge of the storm presses into portions of New Mexico, locations like Santa Fe. Forecast for a brief period of snow before temperatures rise, and it changes over to a mixture of rain and wet snow. Throughout the day today, Monday, that storm moves off to the east into the plains, becoming more widespread and organized as it begins to tap into some moisture from the Gulf as it moves into the eastern half of the country. Looks like the next opportunity for snow across the Rockies arrives Tuesday into Wednesday. The most notable snowfall will spread throughout the mountain peaks. Looks like lackluster accumulations for the lower elevations with that next system coming in. But it was a relative blockbuster, a storm impacting portions of Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio over the weekend, especially northern portions of all those states. And as we were talking to Big Ed and Grump earlier about, first of all, a lot of folks forget how to drive in winter conditions as the spring and summer and fall pass by. And with these first snowfalls, it's not uncommon to see these massive pileups. Now, we had several such events. One of the larger, though, was on Saturday. 45 vehicle pileup on I-70 near Terre Haute, Indiana. They had that burst, a snow squall, slashing visibility, creating black ice. Ultimately, the chain reaction crash involved numerous jackknife semi-trucks and passenger vehicles strewn across the highway. Despite the scale of destruction, there were no fatalities reported, just minor injuries. Emergency crews were on the scene quickly, but that interstate was shut down for many hours. That was just one of the larger Midwest storm that had triggered hundreds of crashes across Indiana. It actually prompted a rare travel watch warning from the state police. They were trying to tell people, stay off the roads. Only problem was it was Thanksgiving weekend, and of course many were trying to get back to their home destinations before the weekend wrapped up. Meanwhile, of course, Thanksgiving means now Christmas shopping season is in full swing. According to the data from Adobe Analytics, American shoppers spent a record $11.8 billion online Black Friday, up 9.1% from last year. Adobe Analytics tracks over 1 trillion, it says, retail sites, expecting shoppers to spend $5.5 billion on Saturday, another $5.9 billion yesterday, which would be up 3.8% and 5.4% from a year ago, respectively. Separately, the software firm Salesforce reported American consumers had spent $18 billion on Black Friday purchases, up 3% from a year ago. Luxury apparel and accessories, some of the most popular categories, they say. Although consumers spent more this Black Friday compared to last year, they say price increases hampered online demand. Shoppers purchasing fewer items at checkout compared to a year ago. At the physical brick-and-mortar stores, the bargain chasing was relatively subdued post-Thanksgiving. Shoppers saying they feared overspending amid persistent inflation. Cyber Monday, of course, is here. Traditionally a big day for online shoppers. And it looks like Adobe is projecting $14.2 billion in spending today for Cyber Monday, which would be up 6.3% from a year ago. Kind of going into the Thanksgiving weekend, some of the analysts, the projections for spending were a bit subdued, forecasting maybe lesser spending this year than last. That appears to not have been the case. Meanwhile, let me see here. Knucklebuster back on board. Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. My son-in-law's aunt, she had a bad accident last night up there. She lives up there in Michigan. They had a hit and run there, and it caught one of the cars on fire. Didn't catch hers on fire, but it flipped hers completely upside down.
Wow.
And she was, thankfully, she had to be rushed to the hospital, no broken bones, but she was grateful for GM for making a vehicle that could allow her to survive a rollover. Her Apple Watch for automatically texting her emergency contact, her husband, and this Good Samaritan from a washing company. He stopped and dumped all his water on that car to put the fire out. See, that's a pretty good thing. Trained military medic who pulled over to help, stopped her from ventilating. So, I mean, she's just very lucky to be alive today, Steve. And there was 4 of them all together there, so you got to be careful. Well, it's 32 degrees down here now, Steve. The wind chill's 24. That temperature's getting colder. I may have to call your mama again here for long. What would you change about Christmas if you had to?
What would I change? Maybe I'd make it in the summertime.
Yeah, well, actually, Jesus Christ was born on June 17th, 2 BC, but I'd change Silent Night, Holy Night. It may have been a holy night, but it wasn't no silent night. If you've ever been to the maternity ward there, that woman down the hall from Tennessee, she kept screaming at her husband, "I'm going to kill you for doing this to me." I thought that was I thought that was a two-way thing here, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe she knows more than what I know here. So, well, let's get a last simplified shout-out. Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and, of course, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Y'all buy some Seville Solid products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, and y'all can call Steve at 844-844-3388, because this is going to be the last time I call him tonight. I'm going to bed. Well, Steve, when I'm driving, I pull the curtain shut so I can't see the bed. My boss man told me that bed is for looking at, not crawling into. I do agree with Grump. The minimum speed limit is 40 mile an hour out there. You've got to give yourself somewhere to go without hitting someone in case something goes south. And if it's a jackknife, I always slip I got the automatic truck now, but even when I had a stick in the floor, I'd just stick it up in the neutral, get them drive tires to quit pulling up there and quit bunching up. That safety in numbers doesn't fly anytime. All it does is causes more havoc. That following too close and going too fast for road conditions.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing there. Yep. See, I saw a headline there that Kraft mac and cheese sold out in seconds at Walmart on Black Friday. I thought everybody was after them TVs. That's that macaroni and cheese. That stuff ain't all that good anyway, is it?
I'm not overly impressed with Kraft mac and cheese, no.
Yeah, I make my own if I have to do anything. And I saw where Powerball, the $740 million now after no winner on Saturday. So, hey, it may be getting on up there by the time finally somebody wins the thing, right? Up there around that $1 billion mark.
Somebody gonna win big, probably toward Christmas or New Year. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Well, so they got a mysterious vomiting disorder tied to long-term marijuana use now. It's formally recognized by global health officials. Doesn't Rambler call it the devil's lettuce?
Yes.
Well, yep. Well, y'all better leave that stuff alone. You'd be sick from it there. All right, Steve, why did the deer have to go to the dentist?
Routine checkup.
No, he had buck teeth.
There you go.
All right, I ain't going to tell this last one. I'll just leave it alone for tonight, Joe. I might tell it to you sometime off air, but not tonight. Anyway, all right, have a great night. I'm fixing to go to bed and call it a day.
All right.
I'll have to go back to work tomorrow.
Okay. Well, thank you for checking in there, Knucklebuster. Going to go check his eyelids for leaks, as they say. Hey, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 29 degrees Carthage, Missouri, at the Home 20. We had an epic Thanksgiving, as we always do. A lot of kids and a lot of their kids made for a busy, well-fed chow line at the Weiss compound. I actually got out of hanging the Christmas lights due to the cold rain Saturday. However, today, the hot blonde wife and I had me hanging from the gutters, hanging the lights. I am thankful this only happens once a year. Anyway, just got done watching the 10-2 Denver Broncos demonstrate the talent they have for making a very bad team look like Super Bowl contenders. And now I have to take my BQA recertification, so I'm qualified to haul cattle for 3 more years. Imagine that. I have Steve Sommers in my left ear and the beef quality assurance narrator in the right, and I can comprehend them both. I just mentioned talent, did I not? Special shout-out from the Maple Leaf City to the one who's almost always first out of the box on our list, and that is Philly Dan. There you go, the city of brotherly love. Sneakers chimed in a bit ago. Hello, Steve and the Hotshot Secret family. I want to say thank you to the analyst and the prognosticator. Fun for all of us to enjoy. There you go. Some folks like talking some college football. Kevin checks in. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Let's see, Bill. Hello, Steve. Been wondering about Double R and his wife. What's going on with them? If you can share. Okay, I did chime in about that. I think it was that Friday morning. No, it wouldn't have been Friday. It would have been Wednesday morning because we were off for the Thanksgiving holiday. I think that's. But Double R had to go in to do his. What is it? The stress test thing. And I think he also did, like Grump said, the injection or whatever. But Anyway, come back a day or two later, and they give him the word that the bypass that he had done, I forget how many years ago, was pretty much completely blocked. So his heart's essentially only getting half the blood that it needed. They said they could not go in and repair that particular bypass blockage. So he has been on, cholesterol medicine. They put it on that injection stuff. I think the Captain Ron's doing Rapatha or whatever, trying to reduce the cholesterol levels. But as far as the heart, last I had heard, they were suggesting he would have to kind of go on a heart transplant list because they couldn't repair the damage. So he's been off the road for months now. Anita is working with the company. The company was very good working with them to get her on some local deliveries. So she's able to drive truck in the morning through the day and then get home in the evening. So home every night, so she's not out on the road all by herself. That's kind of where things stand. I did get a happy Thanksgiving text message from him over the holiday weekend there saying we miss y'all. We love your brother. Happy Thanksgiving. But that's where they stand right now. All right. Happy birthday, Heat Wave. Enjoy. Be safe out there. Who else we got on board? Hello, Cookie. Just saying hello for a little bit into the wee hours. Stay alert, all you truck drivers out there, and safe travels. Drummer Girl checks in. Good morning, all 41 degrees northeast Philly at this hour. Had a great Thanksgiving, but I'm not looking forward to the snow being forecast for tomorrow, I guess for Tuesday, right? Several folks chiming in prayers for Rubber Duck after he checked in a bit earlier. There is Heat Wave. Well, sitting in Denver for my 10 hours to go home tomorrow. Co-driver's on vacation till Wednesday. And I guess I need a day off when I get back to celebrate my 59th year on God's green earth. Nothing fancy, just a time to go over all the things I had done in the past that could have ended the streak and to ask myself why. But I have a good family and friends, and those memories far outweigh the stupid stuff, if you know what I mean. So there you go. All right. Happy birthday early there. Send your Heat Wave. Or actually, no. It's your birthday. It's an early happy birthday to Cap and Ron, right? Hello from Bob in Michigan. Checking in this Monday. Speaking of Michigan, there's the Michigan Madman. Morning, Steve, everyone. Got up to let our little beagle, Alicia, out to go potty. I'm going to head back to bed. Stay safe. Keep warm. Good night from the Michigan Madman. Now, there's Charlie, 14 degrees. We got some heavy fog in Fort Wayne tonight. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. 24 past the hour. Well, we'll head on down to Florida, get started with Philip this early Monday. I guess you can give us the official word. Was it a gangbuster busy weekend there at the House of the Mouse?
Absolutely, man. I'll tell you what, we were busy there Thursday. The park was loaded. People were out there big time. The resorts were a little low, but you know, there was a lot of people coming in for the day. We had a lot of folks there, man. It was busy. It really surprised me with Thanksgiving to be away. And Steve, something's in the books now as far as the paperwork goes. So the official 25 hurricane season is done with. I don't know if you heard the stats or not. We had 13 storms, and we had 5 of them, what was it, 4 or 5 of them were majors, or no, 5 of them were regular full-call hurricanes, and then we had 4 that were major. And obviously the worst one of them all was Melissa. So we're still up there about where the numbers were. I know they said 14 and 7 is what the usual number, that their average they were looking at. So, but I don't think that's nothing right now compared to what's going on with all this snow and stuff going across. Boy, O'Hare. Did you see any of the footage from O'Hare, Steve, over the weekend?
I know
O'Hare Airport.
I know they picked up like 8.5 inches. I hadn't seen any video from there, though.
I came home from work on Saturday, and me and my wife was talking about it. I figured I would flip over YouTube there and just take a look at the live camera footages of O'Hare and Midway airports, because I know that usually when that snow hits hard up there, that's the good places to look at. And Midway, you couldn't even see anything. O'Hare, you could make the trucks out there working on the runways, you know, the plows and sweeps and all that stuff. But I tell you what, man, it was bad. It was bad to the bone out there in that snow. And down there by Terre Haute, where 70 is, where they had that accident, that's not too good a place to be when you got that icing conditions and snow and all that stuff. It looks pretty crazy. And we got to get ready, Steve. What is it, 2:26 by my clock here in the little Hyundai. At around 2:44, we're going to have a launch down here. We got a SpaceX one taking off, and we'll have to see how that plays out. What you think, bud?
2:44. So that's a Starlink launch, I presume.
Yeah, it's going to be a Starlink launch, and it's just satellites. But you're getting about on that time for the news there. Do you want me to hang tight?
Yes, we are about, we're getting close. So we'll take care of that. When we return, got a recall to fill you in about. International Motors, they tell us, recalling more trucks that are, I guess, featuring what they call the Hill Start Assist. Apparently discovering that they missed a number of them from a recall that had taken place earlier this year. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, an additional more than 1,300 model year 2023 to 2026 LT trucks and model year 24 and 25 RH trucks that are equipped with what they call the Hill Start Assist feature. Again, give you more on that coming up here. And meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Closing out the Thanksgiving weekend. Here comes a Monday. And yes, we turn the page on the calendar. First day of December. Hard to believe. Meanwhile, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Attorney General Pam Bondi is blasting the Biden administration after the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, saying the Afghan national accused in the attack should have never been permitted into the country in the first place. Bondi appeared on Fox News Sunday.
They did not do biometrics. They did not do social media. They did very little, if minimal, vetting on all of these people.
The suspect entered under Biden's Operation Allies Welcome in 2021. He now faces first-degree murder after the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with a Ukrainian delegation in Florida, calling the session very productive as peace talks with Russia continue. Rubio emphasized that the goal isn't just to end the war, but to set Ukraine up for long-time prosperity and security. Ukrainian officials thanked the U.S. for its support while discussions continue on potential security guarantees and territorial disputes. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, MediShare members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, back at it here. Trust you had a good weekend. Our number, 844-844-3388. Yeah, I guess we get to start watching the sun over the coming days. According to space weather a few hours ago, they had another X-class solar flare, which could be the first of many, they tell us. Like I said, we were expecting an X flare today, but this one surprised us. It's a new sunspot that produced an X2 class solar flare. That's big. Yeah, the surprise was the flare did not come from the giant sunspot group 4294 to 96 that's now emerging from the sun's southern hemisphere The actual source was northern sunspot 4295, a spot that appeared to be small and harmless until it exploded. That flare ionized the upper atmosphere, caused a shortwave radio blackout directly above Australia. A CME is in the offing as well. We'll get more details from the SOHO and NOAA coronagraphs. With multiple sunspots posing a threat, more X-flares are likely for the week ahead, they tell us. We'll be watching the sun, all right? Meanwhile, all right, get back to Philip in Florida. Welcome back.
Hey, Steve, I read an article earlier that NASA and the French Space Agency are working on a deal. They've already got one satellite up there doing it, but the tsunamis, they say they've got a satellite system that's going to predict the tsunami, that they don't even need the buoys anymore that they have in the oceans. So they'll be able to see a tsunami when it actually triggers up with the satellite technology. And they do it with infrared scopes and all that stuff. It just amazes me that the satellite technology has got that far along to where they can predict, a tsunami coming. We're already seeing it with hurricanes and storms. I mean, look at this storm system that just moved across. I mean, you can see it. And got some Starship news as well. The impact studies have been completed at Kennedy Space Center for the Starship. It is coming to the Kennedy Space Center. They're going to build a new complex for it. I believe its number is 37. And we'll see how that goes. They're talking about 76 Starship flights a year, Steve.
Wow.
Out of the Cape Kennedy alone. That's a lot. And also the new Glenn, they are going to be making more rockets. They're going to try to do at least 1 to 2 a month on trying to get them off. So we saw that new Glenn the other day. That was amazing. We're going to see more of that. And then also I'm going to bring back a name that came up earlier was in the news a lot, was the Starliner. Now, the government has let Boeing have 4 more launches of the Starliner. And those 4 launches are going to be for, they're trying to get it to go as well, but they're going to use it just as a supply vehicle for the space station. It's not going to be so much a human thing. They've changed their aspect on what they're going to do. Now it's going to be just a supply vehicle to go up to the space station to carry stuff instead of having humans on board. That capsule had a lot of problems, especially with the thrusters, and they have no way to monitor the thrusters because of the way the heat shields are set up on it. And it's just, I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
Very interesting. That's fascinating. You said 70 on the Starship, though. 77, that's more than 1 a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. That's a crazy schedule.
Yes, they said they're going to set up multiple pads, just like they've got in Texas. And they might have multiple launches a day.
Wow.
It just depends on how things go. But they've got their environmental impact studies are completed with the Cape. A big one is they were talking about the nitrogen and oxygen levels that would be released, different things that were going to happen when they had the launches. And they had to make sure that those studies were correct because they didn't want anything to happen to the environment. And they were talking about the sonic booms, too, because, that thing, it throws out a lot more sonic boom than what a normal rocket does. I mean, I'm really surprised Texas has not put more stuff up to, kind of shield that stuff out, because I know that's why he went to a flame trench. So this new pad that they're working on in Texas, and it's going to be done pretty soon. The next launch will be on the new pad. The old pad is being tore apart. They have a water trench in it now. and it's totally redesigned. And the one out here is doing the same thing. They've got one that's almost done at KSC. That's at 39A. It's sitting right off of 39A, where the Falcon 9 takes off, and it's going to be really cool when he does get it right. And also something else, Steve, I found out the other day about the Tesla Semi. I know we are all up in the electric stuff. I know it is what it is with the electric stuff. But Elon has went away from using the lithium in the batteries. He's going to nickel now. And they're saying that the new battery that they've got in prototyping right now will take a truck 800 miles, Steve. Now, we go to 800 miles of range. That's quite a bit of range. What you think, bro?
That's the first I've heard of being able to get that far.
It is. I mean, now this is just prototyping. I mean, this is just in the works. And if everything goes right with Tesla, they're going to get away from lithium batteries. They're going to go totally to this nickel. And it's a totally different formula with the battery. And it's going to be big for the cars. I mean, you talk 800 miles on a semi, you know, with the amount of weight that a semi's got. Can you imagine what it would be for a passenger car? You know, I mean, if he can turn that around and make it big like it is, it's going to put a different thing on the game. And I just found out this weekend, Steve, you ever watch those little Amazon trucks that are running around?
Yeah.
You ever see them running around your neighborhood that are the electric ones?
Absolutely, yes.
You know who builds those for? Have you ever heard of a company called Rivian?
Uh-huh.
Well, Rivian builds those trucks. The powering side of those trucks is Rivian. And I thought that was quite interesting when I saw one, and I saw that on the side, and I did some research, and I'm like, well, that's a heck. I was wondering how Rivian, I mean, I don't see too many of their vehicles out here on the highway. But I was like, wow, how are they surviving? Well, I guess they're surviving because of Amazon. And then also, guys, when we saw the 70 accident over the weekend, you know, there's one thing I respect about truck drivers. I was one for many years, but the one thing I always respected about truck drivers was situational awareness, situational well-being. So, you know, when you're out there with your truck, your well-being for yourself, well-being for others, as well as watching what's going on with your vehicle, nonetheless, and taking care of it, and then your load, obviously, what you got on there. You know, that's one thing that makes a trucker different from a lot of folks. And that's something that we have to pay attention to a lot more, is our situational awareness when we're driving. And I think that's why this distracted driving thing, and you were mentioning this deal with International, I think that's another one of those preventative things that, you know, we just want to get in there to, you know, kind of take the driver out of the deal a little bit, and now it's kind of failing on them, and now they got to figure out what's going on with it, you know. But I think the big key that makes a truck driver special and a good driver is situational awareness, knowing when to back out, when to get in, and that's the way it is. So I just want to point that out, and y'all have a good evening. I appreciate you, and I hope everybody had a great holiday. I worked on it, unfortunately, but you know what? I had a good holiday. I had a good dinner with my family, and I'm thankful that I'm keep on going. So y'all have a good night. Thank you, sir.
And we jump right back into it. You're on a Monday, greatest day of the week. I have to do a little digging into. He mentioned, you know, getting away from the lithium ion and going to the nickel. I'm just kind of curious with the nickel batteries being a little more stable. Yeah, we've seen more and more of these events with the lithium ion batteries going crazy, almost, once they catch fire, almost impossible to put out. I wonder if the nickel is any different, or it'd be the same when it comes to stability. Meanwhile, 844-3388. All right, I mentioned the rest of the story, International Trucks. Vehicles equipped with what they call the Hill Start Assist feature. According to the Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the exhaust port for that feature can become clogged, which could delay or prevent the service brakes from releasing. An increased risk of a crash if the brakes are still engaged while driving, you think. International's Hill Start Assist is designed to stop trucks from rolling backwards when you start them on an incline. After the driver releases the brake pedal, that system holds the brake for a few seconds, supposedly. Once the accelerator is then pressed, the service brakes are released, or are supposed to, allowing for a smooth start. So if the brakes don't release, all right, then you'll be jumping, right? Authorized dealers will relocate the Hill Start Assist valve at no cost. Notification letters will be sent out, they say, January 12, according to the advisory, again, from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, moving on. Philip mentioned electricity. A little earlier than normal. Already having to break out the space heater for the secret bunker. Because these split systems don't do well. Once you get much below the freezing mark, they don't produce much heat. And, well, where's the electric bill going to go? Based on several months in the heart of last winter, it was sticker shock for me when I was opening the bill. That may be worse this year. As the holiday season arrives, one prevailing headache is set to keep hammering all of us. The exorbitant electricity costs. Although the Trump administration, they say, has worked to unlock more reliable energy resources, several stressors on the power grid mean that ratepayers, me and you, will continue to see our electricity cost rise. Multiple reports and energy sector experts our aging energy infrastructure, the proliferation of all these data centers, rapid transition policies, increased electrification are all filtering into shocking totals on our utility bills. According to the Institute for Energy Research, American Energy Institute CEO Jason Isaac points right to the previous administration in his analysis. Americans may finally feel some relief at the pump, but they're not getting it at the meter. Biden's policies sent electric rates soaring more than 25%. And even with the Energy Information Administration projecting a smaller increase of about 2% this year, families will still face higher electric bills this holiday season. While on the campaign trail, President Trump promised to cut energy and electricity prices in half. However, utility costs are projected to climb 2% from last winter to this, according to the EIA. Electricity costs were projected to grow by 13% from 2022 to 2025. Now, after years of stagnation, Americans' energy needs are soaring as these artificial intelligence centers, these data centers, the onshore reindustrialization, the electrification drive is driving demand. Crushing utility bills have already hit some communities. One 63-year-old Pembroke Pines, Florida resident, telling NPR last month that he pays close to $500 a month. Seniors down here living check to check. Now we've got to decide whether we're going to pay the electric bill or buy our medication. Heading into this winter, harsh weather could stress the power grid, which could lead to outages, according to the NERC, warning that much of North America is at risk of failing to meet demand in extreme operating conditions. Part of the strain on the grid is due to these AI data centers. The facilities extend the window of peak electricity demand. One study in October from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory suggests that data center-rich regions may see lower electricity prices as utilities can distribute cost to the facilities. However, demand from the data centers and all the cryptocurrency mining will contribute to electricity costs increasing by 2.6% next year. Both sides of the political aisle assigning blame to the other. Democrats lambasting President Trump's big, beautiful bill, the Trump administration for cracking down on renewable energy projects, as well as failing to plan for the influx of these power-guzzling data centers. This administration highlights the destructiveness of the Biden-era policies, the momentum of the Obama-Biden policies. That destruction is going to continue in the coming years, according to Energy Secretary Chris Wright, pushing prices up right now. And who's going to get the blame? We're going to get the blame because we're in office. The Department of Energy warned in their July report that blackouts could increase by a factor of 100 by the year 2030 if America keeps retiring power plants without adequate replacements. They continue to single out wind and solar as key contributors to declining grid stability. Dispatchable generation from coal, oil, gas, nuclear are vital to meet the energy demand, while the Trump administration and Congress have moved to axe federal incentives for wind and solar enterprises, and the Department of Interior have issued some work stop orders for offshore wind projects. Many of the orders have been lifted as the administration also works to bolster conventional energy resources like coal. President Trump and Secretary Wright are reversing the damage by keeping reliable power on the grid and rebuilding what Washington tried to destroy for years, which is coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Former President Biden oversaw massive energy cost spikes, residential electricity costs rising about 25% from 2020 to 2024. During his tenure, Biden declared he aimed to shut out coal plants all across America, blocked the Keystone XL pipeline project, froze new liquefied natural gas exports, and allowed strenuous regulations on power plants that a top grid regulator warned would be catastrophic if they came into full effect. The Biden administration instead juiced intermittent energy resources like solar and wind with billions in federal incentives. Energy experts, the grid watchdogs, and operators have long warned that these green energy pushes destabilizes the grid and hikes electric cost, as power demand also surges from the AI sector. Democrats committed arson on electricity prices, and now they have the nerve to accuse Trump of playing with matches. In Donald Trump's first term, electricity prices rose by less than 1% per year. Under Joe Biden, electricity prices rose 22%. Who you going to trust when it comes to your energy policies? According to the president of the Heartland Institute, I think the people understand Trump's energy policies more than the hypocritical Democrat finger-pointing. Prices vary from one region of the country to the other. But we've got to take a news break there. We'll come back with more ahead. Tell gets you into a factory-warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. Tell is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit Tell360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington was radicalized here in the U.S.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members.
Noem appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. She said the 29-year-old came in during the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. Prosecutors now plan first-degree murder charges in the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is blasting the Department of War's misconduct review, telling CNN's State of the Union it's an effort to silence him.
So more bullying and intimidation, but Dana, I'm not backing down. These guys don't scare me. They're not serious people. I mean the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense.
The department has not detailed the allegations, but the probe follows a viral video showing Kelly and other Democrats urging troops to refuse unlawful orders. Officials say Kelly could even be recalled for court-martial, and President Trump has called for those involved to face consequences. President Trump says the airspace over Venezuela is closed due to drug trafficking.
In a social media post Saturday, President Trump issued a message to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers. Please consider, he writes, the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. In remarks to military personnel on Thanksgiving, the president said the U.S. will take action on land very soon in Venezuela to deter drug traffickers. The U.S. has built up a large military force in the region amid growing tensions, including fighter jets and a Navy aircraft carrier strike group. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The FDA has linked 10 children's deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. That's according to a memo from top agency officials. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, how about a shout out to Pappy, who has been busy, knee-deep in paperwork. What is it? Holiday weekend, right? A lot of alcohol, a lot of people doing stupid things. I guess it goes with the territory, so. He said, I'll catch up with you tomorrow night. All right, good luck, Pappy. Thanks for checking in. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388 as we indeed cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. You see the National Weather Service finally upgrading winter weather advisories. There's going to be a broad swath of real estate stretching from southern Arkansas to Maine with this next storm system. Now, these are all winter weather advisories, generally meaning accumulations 2 to 4 inches at best, not enough to warrant a winter storm warning. Now, we do have winter storm watches, as they'll wait and see just how much the models predict for northeastern Pennsylvania, much of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, southern Maine. But those winter weather advisories, western Tennessee, are right up through much of western Kentucky, southern Indiana, most of Ohio. We've got other advisories stretching down all the way down into the Smokies. Right up the spine of the Appalachians, through western Virginia, much of northern and West Virginia. Nearly all of Pennsylvania, much of New York in the mix there. So, going to be slow travel Monday night into Tuesday morning in the Ohio Valley. Be later Tuesday in much of the northeastern USA as we get the month of December underway. So here we go. Well, as we just wrap up celebrating the Thanksgiving holidays, according to FreightWaves, the U.S. trucking industry stands on the brink of another tradition, which is the annual capacity purge, as they call it. After all these years, I'm not real familiar with this purge this time of year. The annual capacity purge happens between Thanksgiving and Valentine's Day, they tell us. Each year, it involves a significant increase in motor carriers leaving the industry compared to other times of the year. This seasonal trend, clearly captured on Sonar's carrier detail in trucking authorities data, shows a consistent surge in net authority losses during this time period, outpacing new entrants even in the best economic years. The trucking industry has been in economic backwater for a couple of years. Many carrier balance sheets are underwater by the damage done during what we reference as the Great Freight Recession, the longest economic downturn in trucking history. So this year's contraction could be more severe than usual, they say. Sonar's data, which tracks the weekly net change in motor carrier property trucking authorities by subtracting revocations from granted authorities. It highlights a pronounced dip in net capacity from late November to mid-February. This time frame sees a marked increase in carriers exiting the industry, sometimes voluntarily, others involuntarily, while new operator startups tend to slow down. Even in strong years like 2018 and 2021, the Thanksgiving to Valentine's window stands out as a period of net attrition in trucking. Now, they say several factors drive this annual purge. It's the winter freight slowdown that slashes revenue per mile, squeezing carrier profitability, winter weather, raising maintenance cost, reduced driver availability, further compounding the pressure, pushing marginal operators to the very edge. During the holidays, many truck drivers go home only to realize they've lost the desire to return to the industry and deal with the headaches and the challenges of being a truck driver. Now, seeking alternative employment, this is more likely to impact employee truck drivers, but their unwillingness to return can put a financial strain on the operators, further contributing to a decline in capacity. This year, we could also see that substantial purge of foreign-born drivers leaving the country with no plans to return to the U.S., therefore leaving the trucking industry behind. This shift, tied to visa uncertainties and the ongoing immigration crackdown, could accelerate the capacity churn, they tell us. Now, the industry's capacity correction phase, ongoing since 2023, amplifies this seasonal trend. Carriers' profitability at historically weak levels, truck builds focused on basic replacements rather than expansion. The trucking Thanksgiving to Valentine's period becomes a natural point for authority revocations. Sonar's tender rejection data always shows a tightening of capacity in late November through mid-January. Capacity tends to dry up in this time period. Looking ahead, they tell us, while the Thanksgiving to Valentine's capacity purge is a predictable annual event, its magnitude this year could reshape the industry. The question for the trucking industry is not whether authorities will be lost, but how many, and who will be able to endure trucking's never-ending cold winter. Well, a trend that's been ongoing for years, apparently. But all right, see what Plowboy has happening here as we get the new week underway. How was your Thanksgiving, Plowboy?
No, just fine. How was yours, Steve?
Had an enjoyable weekend. I did my traditional. We don't eat till like late in the day, like 5:30 in the afternoon. And by that point in time, I'm, a handful of skull busters in, and I eat, and it's like, I'm done. Good night.
Oh, yeah, that's the way we did. I think we started about 6 o'clock, and we seen the Kansas City get their butts handed to them in Dallas, so I kind of predicted that one. I guess Dabo's still alive. I've seen where his Clemson Tigers got they got a win out of that deal. I did not suspect. But you were talking about electricity prices and data centers. Here's a good look. Go out to Oregon. The corner of 84 and 82 that goes up towards Seattle. They were just saying about, I don't know when that data center came into fruition, but they are seeing nitrates in the water supply that's higher than normal, causing some birth defects, miscarriages, and crap like that. Plus, it's another side of this coin. Well, we've been talking about here for the last, 2 or 3 months, especially between me and you and a few of the callers. I did not realize this. Ford and Dodge has got a hell of a competitor. I guess Ford will end up having to raise the price of their Ford pickup trucks since they're made out of aluminum. I did not realize how much aluminum went into these damn data centers too, Steve. They were just saying that here a little while ago. And it's like, okay. Is a stab going to get you either which way. But what you said, somebody's electric bill in Florida was $500.
$500 a month. Yeah. I had a couple months last winter that were in the $430 range. I mean that's like I said, sticker shock.
Yeah. The worst thing about it in Florida, that was during good weather. I know he was running the air conditioner, but 5 at 12, golly, Steve, that's $6,000 a year. Hell, I don't know how old the feller is, but hell, that's $6,000, and he's living on the fixed retirement income.
Yep.
Beans and weenies are going to be on the table, and I mean, something's got to be. I ain't trying to say for the government to get involved, because every damn time they get involved in it gets screwed up. But something's got to come to an end. This has got to pop, because this is crazy. I don't know, but it's 24, 5 degrees up here, and I'm hoping to park this damn thing here in a little bit. But we're looking 2 to 4 before 4 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. So if you're all coming through Kansas City, the bright lights, be damn careful. But I haven't been able to look at any of them pictures that happened in Indiana or all that. But just wondering how many of these drivers we've been talking about that not maybe was not skilled in driving in garbage. But I don't know, but as far as that, I don't know his name. He's in the hospital now. Prayers for you there, brother.
Rubber Duck.
Runs that parking lot.
Yeah, Jeff.
Rubber Duck. Thank you, Stephen. I know. I've got something. I've been fighting, and that's one of the reasons why Thanksgiving wasn't that much for me this year, sir. Because I was looking at going back in the hospital. It's just this damn diet. And I mean, you couldn't eat turkey, or you couldn't eat celery, or anything like that I love to eat, because of this damn diverticulitis and all this other crap. It's just, oh my God! I mean, it feels like a gallbladder attack on the other side of your abdomen. But other than that. Real quick about football with Ed and them. I do agree. I have to say this. I'm very scolding with Alabama and how they are playing this year. I do not see where they have a business going unless they can blow out Georgia. I mean, blow them out. This getting by Auburn just by skinning your damn teeth. No. Should not. I don't. There ain't any sense of even thinking about going to.
I don't see them blowing out Georgia. I mean, if they can squeak by and get a win, I think that'll be a miracle. But any given Saturday,
keyword squeak by, yes, sir. But thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Plowboy. Have a good morning. Yeah, as we say, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, you never know. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, 23 past the hour. 844-844-3388. I have no idea where Eagle is. Wherever he's at, he must be in a bad cell. Because he keeps dialing us up, disappearing. He's back and forth, back. He can't hold a cell out there. So, all right, who we got on board? And not seeing a name here.
Scrapyard.
Well, what's been going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, nothing much. Finally back off vacation, and it was quite interesting. Went hunting, and the first week of deer hunting, I got cottonmouth bit, and the second week of the final day of my 2-week vacation, I got nearly eaten up by a big old black bear, the biggest one I've ever seen in my life. And I put a bullet right between his feet when he was rushing at me, and that gun went off in his face, and it went deaf and leapt out of there like a Amtrak train with no brakes. But yeah, I got cottonmouth bit. Luckily, it was a dry hit, just barely scraped my calf.
Wow!
And that was like the second day. It was the third day, and had the firing pin break on my old rifle. And had to order another one and all that. But I did get one. I used an old 410 shotgun with a slug. Excuse me. Yeah, we already having some of that freezing rain was up around the Bobby Hopper Tunnel up there on 49, and it was coming down fairly decently. I mean, nothing of excess, but it was already starting to build up on the mirrors. Turned the heater on and the defrost on the windshield and got it cleared off. So anybody going that direction, be mindful, because they're not even out spraying or anything. And so they're not spraying none of them chemicals on it. And the weather band's been going off and something saying special weather bulletin, and I've never heard them say that on the weather band here in Arkansas. So that's going to be a real doozy from everything I've been hearing. But Plowboy, I got something that'll help you. That I've been there, done that with that diverticulitis, and it's definitely life changing. 90% of the time, diverticulitis is caused by an infection of a bacteria called H. pylori, and it's whenever your body gets stressed, and we put comfort food in it that is acidic, like coffee and everything else. It also increases our cortisol level and gets our gut biome all out of whack and allows that bacteria to eat holes in it, causes ulcers and diverticulitis. That avoid pineapple like the plague, because the pineapple and the juice have the plant's defense mechanism. It has little teeny tiny microscopic crystals that look like needles in it. And if you eat pineapple and your stomach gets all tore up, that's the reason. Those little fine needles are poking holes in your innards. And some people, it doesn't bother, but people like me and other folks and all that, it just absolutely tears us up. So avoid that like the plague. And then you want to go get a probiotic, 10 billion colony forming units or greater. In fact, I found some at Walmart that's 80 billion and 11 strains of lactobacillus and bifidum culture. Take those religiously, and if you have to get on antibiotics, there's another probiotic that you must get on, because the antibiotics they put you on will completely kill everything that's in your guts, the natural flora and the bad flora that's attacking you. It's called Florastore. Don't buy it at Walgreens or someplace like that, because they're going to charge you about $60 for it. You go to Walmart and you can find it there for like 20 something. Florastor, Florastor. And you take that while you're taking the antibiotics, and it's Saccharomyces boulardii and culture, and it'll keep you going until the antibiotics clear out of your system, and you take the probiotics to reculture your insides. Mm-hmm. But having been there, done that, I was even in an ambulance, nearly died. My inside swelled up so dadgum bad that I looked like a bowling ball, and I almost went septic and almost ruptured my large intestine right down the seam line. And it's just one of the most intense pains. If you've never experienced it, I hope you never do, because it'll put you on your knees on the ground howling like a dog.
Yeah.
Every time.
I've known folks that had it. Thank goodness I've never experienced it. But hey, we got to get a news break. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington was radicalized here in the U.S.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members.
Noem appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. She said the 29-year-old came in during the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. Prosecutors now plan first-degree murder charges in the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. The FDA has linked 10 children's deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. That's according to a memo from top agency officials. Critics say the conclusions lack public data, peer review, or details on how causation was determined. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary told Fox News the information will be made available, while many experts warn the memo could politicize vaccines without proper scientific evidence. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Greatest day of the week, a Monday. Coming up, give me the very latest. I don't know what's going to go down in Venezuela. Whatever it is, it appears to be knocking on the door. Something going to be happening soon. Over the weekend, the President Trump, tells Maduro there in Venezuela, and I quote, "Save yourself and your family." This was actually, I guess, Sunday night. He confirmed his call with Maduro Sunday night. But that report from sources who told the Miami Herald that he indeed warned, you can save yourself and those closest to you, but you must leave the country now. Speaking aboard Air Force One, when asked whether he had spoken with Maduro, he said, I don't want to comment on it, but the answer is yes. All right, so again, more on that. Coming up, we'll give you the latest. Meanwhile, all right, Scrapyard, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, Plowboy, I hope everything that I've given you, that you take it to heart, and it will help you. I got my life back after taking care of this issue. I mean, it's going to stay with you for a long, long time, but as long, the things that, to avoid on that, like medications like Mucinex, it's called Phenicin. That will hurt you to no end. Do not take that. You will be doubled up in pain on your knees and the floor. Dayquil and NyQuil style products, avoid that as well, because it will react badly with it, and it'll put you on the ground and all that, begging to die. Been there, done that. All that. I got the award and the ribbon for it. I can tell you that much. You don't want to go that route, and increase your fiber intake. Beans are really great, with the exception of big broadaxe beans, butter beans, and lima beans. Avoid them. They're in the edamame family, and they contain a toxin. You're actually not supposed to eat them, but only a couple of times a month. If those are your favorite, I'd go to either Great Northerns or pinto beans and kidney beans, and avoid your butter beans and your lima beans, because they're in the edamame family and they do possess a toxin that will hurt you with this condition. So please don't mess with them.
Interesting.
But all in all, like I said, it took me a while to get my life back and get a degree of health back where I wasn't swole up like a dead-gum toad frog. And I mean, I was about as big around as I was tall, and nearly died from it, from being that swollen internally.
Wow.
And it took me the hair killing me, but knock on wood, good doctors and the good Lord and all that, I'm still here. And if you anything with alcohol in it, definitely avoid that like the plague. Be it skull pops all the way up to cough medicine. No alcohol whatsoever, and because it's going to do nothing but hurt you. So, all in all, had a pretty good Thanksgiving. We had ours on Friday. Me and Miss Patty did, and she made the turkey, and I made the homemade cornbread dressing, and deviled eggs, and yeast rolls, and a little bit of this, that, and the other, and the candied yams and all that. We put the feed on pretty good. In fact, that's what I had for tonight and all. A great big old Rubbermaid container of that and all that. Heck, I'm puffed up like a toad frog right now.
Yeah.
Them deviled eggs and all that's really good. She's going to be making me sleep on the couch. Yeah, I ate, well, that'd be about 6 deviled eggs. No, 3 eggs deviled and all that, so she'll probably be informing me that I'm sleeping on the couch.
Just blame it on...
Don't get in the way of a rabbit. So.
blame it on the dog.
Yeah, we don't have a dog. Well, the neighbor's dog comes out there and stays on the porch and all that. So yeah, she's got a house rabbit named Pilgrim, and one of them little dwarf Netherland rabbits and all that. He likes to get up on the sectional sofa. They have to put 2 pillows in the floor, and he uses them like a set of stairs, and then hops up on the couch and he's something else. He's a real hoot, and uses the litter box and whole 9 yards. Chase you all over the house. He can play hide and seek with you.
How about that?
Yeah, little bit of some of that spot stuff falling out of the sky over here. I passed this nuclear power plant over here in Russellville or London area earlier. Something really strange that I saw years ago. You remember when I was going by Cold Shot when I was hauling them frozen groceries?
Yeah.
That's over here, that nuclear power plant. It was a clear night, and it was the wind chill was -13. It stars are shining on it, but all around that nuclear power plant in the town of Russellville and Dardanelle, it was snowing its ass off. The air had soot particles from some forest fires that were going on, plus people running their wood stoves. But that cold, frigid air and them soot particles and all that getting super chilled, and when that air hit that steam plume of that nuclear power plant, those soot particles was nucleation points for snow to form. And it was just snowing like mad, and the only cloud in the sky was that plume of that nuclear power plant, that steam plume.
Yeah.
It was wild. I had pictures of it from a dash cam that I had at the time, and I ended up losing them. But it was absolutely wild and all that. Not a cloud in the sky except for that steam plume, and -13 wind chill, and it was just snowing like mad on a clear sky, basically.
They've got a power plant over in southeast Indiana, which is covered by our local news. And yet when it gets cold enough and, wind direction or whatever, it'll show up on the radar. They'll say, you see the skies are clear, but you'll see the radar returns where it's snowing coming from that steam plume from the power plant.
Mm-hmm. And I figure they'll get over and do another power plant over here probably this month, or in January they'll get over and do some electroshocking. They used in the wintertime, people releasing their aquarium pets. They released a fish that is called a pacu, and they get like up to 24 pounds, and it's basically a vegetarian piranha. And but they've got a bite strong enough that they can take a finger clean off. In fact, I've raised them. But they also found 3 or 4 years ago, they actually found red piranhas in Lake Dardanelle over here. And in the wintertime, they run up there to that hot water discharge.
Yeah,
it comes out of there, being tropical fish, and they go in there every so often in the winter and all that, do electroshocking and all that, trying to kill them all out. And so hopefully this year they don't have a single one. Hopefully they got them all out of there. But yeah, they caught several good-sized red piranhas, which they get like 4 or 5 pounds a piece. A piranha does when full grown, especially the red piranha. And we'll see, whether or not they get any pacus and piranhas out of there.
Well, they can keep them. I don't want anything to do with them. Well, Scrapyard, it's great to chat with you. Have a great Monday. Safe travels out there. All right, so the president pretty much confirms he indeed spoke to Venezuela's Maduro. Reportedly delivered a stark message during this high-stakes phone call. The phone call was last week. Which stated he, his wife, and his son would be granted safe passage out of Venezuela, but only if they left immediately. That call, they say, was brokered by Brazil, Qatar, and Turkey, intended as a last-ditch diplomatic effort as Washington prepares, they say, to expand the military campaign against Venezuela's ruling cartel, but collapsed over irreconcilable demands. According to sources, the United States rejected 3 key conditions sought by Maduro's inner circle: global amnesty for crimes Washington links to the Cartel de los Sols, a Nicaraguan-style transition that would allow the regime to retain control of the armed forces, and a delayed resignation timetable. With no deal reached, President Trump escalated pressure, declaring Venezuelan airspace closed in its entirety. I believe that was on Saturday, and warned that U.S. land-based operations targeting drug trafficking networks would begin very soon, was the word. That ultimatum, as the administration intensifies both the legal and military posture. Of course, last week, the U.S. designated the cartel de los Sols, which it says is headed by Maduro and his top officials, as a foreign terrorist organization, a move that would allow the president to invoke sweeping counterterrorism authorities. And we already know there is a formidable U.S. force in the region. Moving on to the former CIA analyst Fred Fleitz, speaking to Newsmax this past day, confirming the president is escalating his efforts to disrupt the Venezuelan drug trafficking operations, but preparing to targeted military strikes, not a ground invasion. Flight says there likely will be airstrikes against the drug labs and other facilities being used to send drugs to the United States. It is clear that the president has doubled down on his efforts to stop illegal drugs from coming from Venezuela. The flow of illegal gangs and the influence of Venezuela in the Southern Hemisphere. He insisted, doubling down on the comments he made on Saturday, that President Trump is not planning on invading Venezuela. That's not going to happen. He added that removing President Maduro is not an official goal of the mission. Regime change has never been part of America First for President Trump. The reaction from Democrats, he said, ignores years of similar actions under past administrations. When asked about criticism from Senator Mark Kelly that the strikes on suspected drug runner boats are unlawful, Flights pushed back. He says, I don't remember Mark Kelly saying that when Barack Obama fired hundreds of drones against suspected terrorists in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Presidents take action like this to defend our borders, defend our people. He also dismissed claims by Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia that the strikes against the drug boats are potentially a war crime. I think sending cocaine into this country is a war crime. Traffickers have used ships and even homemade submarines to evade detection. President Trump's determined to stop this. He highlighted reporting in the Wall Street Journal detailing how cartels are paid about $100,000 per shipment with heavily trafficked routes, moving drugs through the Pacific and the Atlantic, including from Venezuela and Colombia. They have to be stopped, and that's what President Trump is vying to do. All right, could be interesting days ahead for Venezuela, right? Airstrikes.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here, rolling into a Monday, and let's see, how was your Thanksgiving weekend, Horse Feathers?
Who had a weekend? Who had a weekend?
You mean you were delivering propane day after day after day?
Yeah. Friday, Saturday, started out last night, I don't know, about 7 o'clock. Sunday, now it's Monday. Yeah, actually delivered a load Thanksgiving Day even.
Really?
So it was the continuation of my Wednesday. Yeah, and the way the hours worked out there, I couldn't get the load delivered on Wednesday, so had to actually run it on Thanksgiving Day there to get it done Thanksgiving morning.
Well, that sucks.
So yeah, no, I've actually worked all 7 days of last week. I'm starting out day number 1 of this week or 2, I don't know, whatever it is, I don't know. So it's the time of year. It happens. So anyways, there, I see you managed to get through your whole deal there. Well, you deep fried the turkey in the kitchen. You didn't have any problems there, did you?
I did not have any difficulties, no. And no, we did not deep fry a turkey in the kitchen.
Anyways. Hey, well, we ought to check into deep frying watermelon. You think we ought to try deep frying watermelon, see how that comes out?
Water and water and hot oil do not mix well.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out what, because the watermelons, when you do the watermelon roast there, the watermelons is supposed to blow up there, and you're supposed to go out in the woods and see if you can get yourself a piece.
Mm-hmm.
But, take your sweetie with you and go out in the woods and see if you can get a piece. Anyways, just wondering how that'll work there with that if we're trying to put them there in the. You think the watermelon will go down, or do you think because oil goes on top of water, but the watermelon be contained there inside the rind? So I'm almost wondering if the watermelon's going to float on top of the oil, or if it's going to go to the bottom of the cooker. I don't know. We have somebody try that. Maybe somebody out there in the radio land.
Let me know how that goes. I don't think I want to be in the vicinity.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyways, but I hear you talking about all this weather forecasting going on there, and you said something about the storm going to be coming across Pennsylvania, and of course the first question that comes to mind is, are they closing Pennsylvania? Is there any reports? Is Pennsylvania going to close with this storm?
Good question. Well, it's a winter weather advisory, so they shouldn't. It's not a. It could. I mean, Northeast PA is under a winter storm watch. It may be worse there, but most of the state's just a winter weather advisory. Now I'm looking here in the Northeast. They're showing that there could be 6-7 inches. That would if they implement the warning, they may have some road issues there, closures.
Yeah, well, I was thinking at least 80 going across there. You got snowshoe out there and up there above State College and all the way back there to all the way back to the Ohio border, back past Pittsburgh and everything. I mean, they usually see their fair share of snow if anything comes off Lake Erie out there. So, you know, I was just wondering what things will be implemented, and they're actually they got their electronic signs all lit up down here in New York and Lancaster area, all warning of winter weather, you know, incoming winter weather on Tuesday, and, you know, be aware. And so
does that mean it's it a milk and bread alert? Everybody go get your milk and bread if you don't have any left from Thanksgiving?
Absolutely, and don't forget your maple syrup and your eggs so you can make your French toast.
Yeah.
I mean, but and your bacon. Got to get your bacon. But anyways, hey, I don't know. I sent you a few things there over the last few days. Playing a game there, one of the games that, I don't know, I just kind of have some mindless entertainment once in a while and try to do some of those, you know, match type games and, you know, other type games that, you know, you build on, and, you know, just kind of use your mind a little bit and just get out of a little bit of sitting around fog. And, of course, you get stuck with the advertisements. Well, I see the Blue Cross Blue Shield is trying to scare everybody into, oh, my God, you're not going to be able to afford your health care, and you got to get a hold of your legislatures and Congress and make sure that Affordable Health Care Act gets back in. So I see all the liberals have gotten a hold of the advertising for all the stuff on the internet. Oh my! So and I guess it was down in Houston, Texas, if the comments were correct. But had a truck and appeared to be an 18-wheeler type truck, and run right into the side of a fire engine that was supposedly out, you know, protecting the scene of another accident. So I don't know. They said there was 4 firefighters injured in the deal, and they didn't really say anything about the driver. So I'm not sure what the whole status of the driver was, or, you know, what happened with him, or who or her or it, you know, whoever it might have been driving the truck. They didn't really allude to what was going on that way, because it was more on the fire service side, and they were talking about the 4 injured firefighters. But you know, it goes back. I still have issues with municipalities and even these volunteer departments that have to cover these major highways, and I know there's a limited resource on the amount of vehicles that they can purchase, because the cost of a fire engine is now somewhere in the neighborhoods of $750,000 to $1 million.
They ain't cheap. Yeah, well, hold the thought. We have to pause there.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New details emerge on the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in D.C. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says Ramanallah Lockenwall may have been radicalized after arriving in the U.S. Emails reveal his mental health had been deteriorating for years with long isolation, erratic travel, and family neglect. Lockenwall now faces first-degree murder charges, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is responding to a report from the Washington Post claiming he ordered the killing of all passengers on board an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean.
The Post reported that in an operation targeting a boat back in September, a second strike was ordered to eliminate survivors in accordance with Hegseth's orders. In a post on X, Hegseth called the reporting fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory, and insisted the administration's actions in the Caribbean are lawful under U.S. and international law. He also claimed every person killed in the boat strikes has been affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. Following the report, lawmakers on the Senate Armed Services Committee said the strikes would be investigated. I'm Rob Martier.
President Trump says South Africa will not be involved in next year's G20 summit in the U.S., a move that nation is calling regrettable.
The Global Forum of the world's largest economies held its annual summit in Johannesburg this year, and no high-ranking U.S. officials were in attendance due to the president stating the white ethnic minority in South Africa are victims of genocide. Wednesday, Trump posted on social media, South Africa will not be receiving an invitation to the 2026 G20 summit hosted in Miami. Trump wrote, South Africa has demonstrated to the world they are not a country worthy of membership anywhere. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with the Ukrainian delegation in Florida, calling the peace talk session productive as negotiations to end the war in Russia advance. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Northwestern University has agreed to pay $75 million to the Trump administration to restore funds that were frozen by the Justice Department.
With the administration, following a months-long probe into government allegations of race-based admissions and creating a hostile environment for Jewish students. The agreement requires Northwestern to comply with federal anti-discrimination laws, and in return the government will close pending investigations, they say, and treat Northwestern as eligible for future grants, contracts, and awards. I'm Scott Carr.
The Food and Drug Administration is planning to roll out new vaccine regulations.
According to multiple reports, the agency will cite COVID-19 shots as contributing to the deaths of at least 10 children. In a Friday memo, Vinay Prasad, the FDA's director of the vaccine division, told agency staff that children had died after and because of the COVID-19 vaccine. He said their deaths were related to inflammation of the heart, known medically as myocarditis. Prasad called it a profound revelation, noting it's the first time the FDA will acknowledge COVID-19 vaccines have killed American children. The memo reportedly did not identify the children or whether they had other health problems. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3. Mono County, California is up to $5.94. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.95. I'm Anthony Lucero for USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Thank you so much. Get our final hour off and rolling here on an early Monday. As I was scrolling through, I came across, we were talking about the fire truck and the 18-wheeler, and I'm looking at a photo here that fire truck is pretty much totaled horse feathers. I mean, took a direct T-bone from the 18-wheeler. I'm not sure about the circumstances. Yeah, was the fire truck pulling out in front of the oncoming traffic or what?
Well, from what I understand from reading in the comment section, for as good as that is sometimes, it was being used for a blocking device on a scene. You know, it was parked diagonal in the road for blocking. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. I mean, it stopped the 18-wheeler from running through the scene, but they did say there was 4 firefighters that were injured, and so I don't know if they were in the truck at the time or if they were behind the truck and the truck got shoved into them or what all happened. But but as I was starting to say is there's got to be a way that these departments or the state or whoever can have a piece of apparatus or equipment, and there's a few of them that have been made that are pretty much tractor trailers with low boys that are pretty much weighted down with, heavy beam or, concrete barrier, and they take them out and they actually block the, protect the scene with the tractor trailer that, is maybe a couple $100,000 worth of value. And at this point, that fire engine that got hit, its replacement cost is somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million with a 1 to 2 year waiting time.
Wow.
If you spec order that apparatus. Most departments are on a 2 year wait time from the time they order, spec out a piece of apparatus until they take delivery. And it can be even longer for the ladder trucks, and the ladder trucks cost are anywhere from $3 to $4 million now. If you buy one off the lot, you can usually get it for, $2.5 million, somewhere in that area, $2.5 million, maybe $3, depending on the options it has. But they're few and far between, and you kind of have to take what you get if you try to buy one off the lot, and for the few there are. But as I say, they're on a 2 year cycle at least from speccing to taking delivery, and some of them are even up to 3 years now. So when you got the cost of a frontline service vehicle that's needed, to save lives, at some point you gotta come up with a vehicle that you can dedicate to not coming back. I mean, you have to expect it to get run over every time it goes out, and to protect your people. So I think a lot of these departments, municipalities that do cover, because I'm riding here on Interstate 83 right now, and traffic's flowing at a good 70 miles an hour in the 65, and there's traffic that's flowing, well faster than that at this point. And you know what you see in traffic, riding up and down from Cincinnati to Georgia, when you go back and forth there. And it's just crazy what people do. And Rubber Duck will tell you, and best wishes to him. But you get on these scenes here, whether it's a construction worker or a tow truck worker or fire service trying to help somebody that more than likely was driving too fast to begin with, or or possibly had a medical emergency or something. But they're out there on the highway and they're trying to do what they can to help people, and
right.
That you don't want them to end up at a bad situation when they're trying to do something for other people. But anyways, so that's that. Hey, to completely change the subject, and hey, what are we? The 1st of December. We're almost at the end of the year, Your Honor. It won't be long. It'll be Christmas, be New Year's, and so anyways, and you know what happens? That truck show is going to sneak up on you really quick too. We get past the 1st of the year, and that truck show comes along, and so anyways, the wife has come up with a place that we're going to vacation in June, and we're going to have to fly to get to where we got to go. And she was talking with her brother, and it made something click in my mind, and I don't know if it's possible to do it or not. But way back in the day, before I bought my fire engine, to make this short story long, I went to look at another one in Alabama, if you remember. I flew down to Alabama to look at one and didn't end up buying it and flew home. But the guy that had it through his business, he did a lot of air travel. So he had a lot of miles, saved miles to be able to purchase things. And I think he paid for my hotel room with air miles that he had while I was down there, and because there was ones that he said he'd never, in his lifetime, he could never use them all. So anyways, it kind of got the wheels thinking here, and we're going to have to purchase tickets to go to where we have to go to, and I'll expand on that later on because everything isn't completely, the ink isn't dry on it yet, so we'll expand on that later. But what my thought was, to do my Make-A-Wish thing here, if somebody's wanting to donate to Make-A-Wish, but, it's maybe a little short on cash, but somehow or another they have miles, if there's some way that somebody has miles that we could use to work on our flight, we'd have to figure out how to do 2 tickets round trip to where we got to go, or, 2 one-ways or whatever. But what my thought was is that if somebody donated their miles for us to fly, we'd match that amount to Make-A-Wish, so that, we'd pay for our flight, but we'd pay to Make-A-Wish if somebody else had miles we could use if they wanted to donate them, so that, their donated miles would really kind of go to Make-A-Wish. But just a thought, throwing it out there. Don't know how it all works. Hey, I'm a truck driver. I don't know a whole lot about being up in the air. The only thing I know about being up in the air is I watch Captain Steve. But did I say that?
Yes,
yeah,
you did.
But anyways, if there's smarter people out there than me, or that's a possibility. I don't know, but let me know. Somebody's got an idea. Let me know, and I hope everybody got a chance to see there. We got the old 110 John Deere tractor. Did you catch my little video of my John Deere 110 tractor out there cleaning up the leaves for me, Your Honor?
I missed that one.
I got a leaf vac system that goes on the mower deck, so it sucks up the leaves that come out of the mower deck. The mower deck chops them up, and I got GPS put on it just like them big farmers do. You know how the farmers have the GPS and their tractors go around the field and all by themselves? You know, they put the planter out, they put the seed in the planter and the fertilizer, and they get to the end of the row and they stop all the planting and pick it all up and turn around and then do it all back the other way. I got my GPS all set up on my old 72 or 73 110 John Deere riding tractor, and I sat back there drinking Skullbusters, sitting on the porch watching it suck up my leaves. What do you think of that, Your Honor?
How about that? That's a winner.
All right. Well, check out my Facebook page there, and I think I got it even put into a reel, so maybe it'll get around more. But, yeah, check out my old 110 there out there doing the work for me. I tell you what, don't work harder. Let the equipment do the work for you. We're going to do this. We're going to get into this AI stuff one way or another, maybe. I don't know. AI is going to be scary. That's something else we got to talk about. Maybe we'll do that next time we call in tomorrow or something. Maybe we can talk about this AI stuff a little bit and see what can really happen.
All right.
Other than that, Your Honor, we're gonna let you go with that. And I don't know. I'm thinking we might have to stay home. White death on the approach, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'll be in the secret bunker, but I don't know. The grandkids may not have school there Tuesday morning, the way it looks.
I'm thinking this could be a good possibility. Anyways, all right.
Which they love that. Well, that's the only reason. Who was I talking to last week about that? The reason we loved wintertime when we were kids is because you could get an extra day off school. Or 2 or 3 sometimes. 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, with the passing of Black Friday, and now here we roll into Cyber Monday, it is officially that time of year, what they call peak season for the likes of UPS, FedEx, package delivery services, Amazon, you name it. Word comes down late last week that the fleet of planes grounded after the deadly Louisville crash is not expected to be back in service here during the peak holiday season. Due to the ongoing inspections and possible repairs, according to the official internal memo from UPS, they say it's probably now going to be several months before the McDonnell Douglas MD-11 fleet returns to service as it works to meet the Federal Aviation Administration guidelines. Now, it was originally estimated it was only going to take weeks. Now it's going to be several months. Obviously, the cargo carrier's grounding the McDonnell Douglas MD-11 after the directive from the FAA. Ongoing evaluation shows that inspections and potential repairs will be more extensive than initially expected. A UPS representative issued a statement that the company will rely on contingency plans to deliver for customers throughout the peak season. They will take the time needed to ensure every aircraft is safe. The 109 remaining MD-11 airliners, averaging more than 30 years old, are exclusively used to haul cargo for the package delivery companies. MD-11s make up about 9% of the UPS fleet, 4% of the FedEx fleet. Boeing, which took over the manufacture of MD-11s since merging with the McDonnell Douglas in 1997, said in their statement they're working diligently to provide instructions and technical support to the operators so they can meet the FAA's requirements. So I know they're opting to, going with, like leasing other planes. I saw a story last week where there's confirmation from several lease deals just to get them through the peak season. With other planes. 9% of your fleet, that's a lot for this busy time of year. Well, hello, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
I enjoyed some extra time off. I had Thanksgiving dinner on Thanksgiving and had a reboot on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, most of the leftovers are gone. Turkey's gone. Still a little bit of ham left.
Oh, you got stuffed.
Stuffed, yes.
We didn't celebrate Thanksgiving until last night. Saturday, we were celebrating my granddaughter's first birthday, which is pretty special. So we had a big weekend. But it was fun watching her take a cupcake and smash it and eat it, and I think she was wearing half of it.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it was all fun. What's this weather? What's the timeline for Kentucky and Ohio for this weather coming in?
I mean, for our area, I know it's supposed to be, those first flakes begin to fall between like 7 and 10 in the evening. The heaviest snow falls overnight, especially between like 3 and 5 a.m. Could be a half inch an hour for a couple hours there. So that's the timing, yes.
Okie dokie. I just left out about 4 o'clock, heading south to Horse Cave. So it's going to be interesting morning tomorrow morning. Sounds like.
I know that's the zone between Louisville and Lexington, down toward Elizabethtown. They're saying they could get a couple of tenths of an inch of ice kind of mixed in with some snowflakes there. Ice is the ugly one.
Yeah, I'd rather have snow.
Yep.
You control your vehicle in the snow. When you lose control in ice, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody knows that. Now, horse feathers, and you were talking about that fire truck got hit. When I was on the volunteer fire back home, we always used 2 trucks to block on the interstate. One at an angle and one in the lane next to the accident scene. To keep vehicles from coming through the scene. We never had one get hit, but that's what we did to kind of keep traffic away from us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's scary. An 18-wheeler pretty well T-boning a engine. I mean, people don't realize they weigh a lot, too, with all the water and equipment they have on. So it's pretty bad impact. I say it pretty well tore that truck up, too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, but people don't realize you need to slow down when you see them flashing lights and get as far away from them as you can. So, but
based on the impact in that scenario, I don't think they hit the brakes too much before impact.
It don't sound like it, does it? Now, I was laughing because, you know, I'm a farmer too. His system he has on his lawnmower, the self-steering and GPS guiding is probably worth about just as much as this lawn tractor is.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not cheap to have the auto steer and stuff like that hooked up to the GPS. I was kind of laughing about that. I'm like, that's not a bad idea. He can sit there, set it up, and have his whole yard mowed once you get it mapped out, and just reset it to the map there and start the lawnmower up and basically hit it, and it does the work for him. He just sits back there and drink a brewski while the lawnmower does the work for him.
That's great.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've heard of people tying strings around like a self-filled push mower and put the stake in there and it just goes around in a circle, and as it winds up, it gets closer and closer. But he's the first I've ever seen put a GPS system on a lawnmower.
Wow.
I love it. But, all right, Steve, I'll let someone else get in here before you get off the air.
Good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Thanks for chiming in on this early Monday. Well, for those millions of travelers over the Thanksgiving weekend, you did enjoy less money coming out of your wallet to get you from point A to point B. Gas Buddy reported the national average of gas is now below $3 for the first time since May of 2021. I've seen people sharing photographs, filling up at $2.40 something per gallon. I even saw some 230s. We have not seen the national average this low in over 4 years. And the rapid decline's pretty remarkable, according to Patrick DeHaan. Reported the drop is a major milestone for drivers as we head into the winter season. Noting average prices declined in all 50 states over the past week. Every single state has seen some relief at the pump. A rare feat that underscores how challenging the fundamentals are for gasoline prices right now. Of course, a welcome break. You don't typically see prices coming down, especially during a holiday week, as they did continue to drop actually through the Thanksgiving weekend. Gas Buddy said several dozen stations in Oklahoma, Colorado, Texas are at $1.99 or less. Less than $2 a gallon. Whoa. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington was radicalized here in the U.S.
We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members.
Noem appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. She said the 29-year-old came in during the chaotic 2021 withdrawal. Prosecutors now plan first-degree murder charges in the death of Sarah Beckstrom, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. The FDA has linked 10 children's deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. That's according to a memo from top agency officials. Critics say the conclusions lack public data, peer review, or details on how causation was determined. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary told Fox News the information will be made available, while many experts warn the memo could politicize vaccines without proper scientific evidence. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At the site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
I see that. Steve, I remember some of these numbskulls calling in, complaining how hot it was over the summer. It wasn't that long ago, was it? Somebody turned down the heat. Yeah, well, your wishes come true. Yeah, we're going to have high temperatures all week. 30s at best, wind chills, 20s, 30s. And wind chills are going to be in the teens toward the latter portion of the week. And seeing some of that really cold stuff coming up. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Hope you're prepared. You've got your Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel treatment with your winter defense. Yeah, fuel line freeze up, fuel gelling issues on the horizon, if it's not already in place in parts of the country. Meanwhile, we're talking about gas prices. They should remain at these lower levels or even continue dropping. OPEC will leave the output levels unchanged, they tell us, as the group slows down their push to regain market share amid fears of a looming supply glut. That meeting of OPEC Plus that pumps half the world's oil during a fresh U.S. effort trying to broker a Russia-Ukraine peace deal, which could actually add oil supply if the sanctions on Russia were to be eased. If the peace deal fails, Russia could see their supply curbed even further by sanctions. But Brent crude closed on Friday at about $63 per barrel, down like 15% this year. OPEC has paused output hikes for the first quarter of 2026 after releasing some 2.9 million barrels per day into the market since April of this year. Now, the group still has about 3.24 million barrels per day of output cuts in place. Their Sunday meeting not going to alter those, according to sources. They've been discussing the issue for years. It's proved difficult because some members, like the United Arab Emirates, have increased capacity and they want higher quotas. They want to be able to sell more. Other members, such as African countries, have seen declines in production capacity, but they're resisting any cuts in their quotas. All right. It's 844-844-3388. And the blind man joins us here on early Monday.
Good morning, Steve. I'm recovering from a fall I had Saturday, sore as can be. I was on WCBM Thanksgiving morning. I was the first caller, and I talked about your show and how people can find your show and to bug WCBM to carry your show overnight. So
okay.
I hope I did some good Thanksgiving morning. Anyhow, I don't know what the weather is outside. I haven't asked my electronic girlfriend yet. Like I said, I'm recovering from a fall I had Saturday morning, and I am doing a lot better.
That's good.
But anyhow, that's, I guess, all I have to say for now, and you guys have a good week.
All right, thanks for checking in. Hope you feel better soon. I guess, I presume no broken bones, no bumps on the head, anything like that, but all right, good to hear from you. Blind man, thank you for checking in. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It's a common complaint when it comes to trucking regulations. It's always, one size fits all, right? Opponents of an Environmental Protection Agency regulation say that an emissions system requirement does not account for how today's diesel engines operate in extremely cold weather. Just talking about some of this extreme cold. Forecasters telling us it's going to be one of those bitterly cold winters in a large swath of them, especially the northern tier of the country. That's where the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act comes in. The bill directs the EPA to update the regulations to account for how trucks operate in cold weather states. There have been reports of mandated emission systems triggering the engine shutdowns when your diesel exhaust fluid fails to reach the proper operating temperature. The bill would provide year-round exemptions from the DEF system requirements for vehicles and equipment that operate primarily in cold climates. The likes of Alaska, Wyoming, those northern tier states. Senators Dan Sullivan of Alaska and Cynthia Lumens of Wyoming introduced legislation on the Senate side earlier in November. That's Senate Bill 3135. Last week, Representative Nicholas Begich of Alaska has now introduced the House version of the same, the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act. On the House side, it will be H.R. 6250. Sullivan, in a news release, says, in extreme cold, diesel engines can shut down because the EPA mandated emission systems were not designed for the harsh conditions we face. That's not just an inconvenience, it's a compliance trap for the men and women who keep these trucks moving in the cold weather. The Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act makes sure that trucks and heavy equipment can keep operating safely in freezing weather, preventing these automatic shutdowns caused by cold emission faults. This brings common sense to the EPA rules, aligning federal policy with real-world conditions in this country's coldest regions. Specifically, the bill would grant a year-round exemption from diesel exhaust fluid system requirements for vehicles primarily operated north of 59 degrees north latitude. Demonstrated by documentation, exemptions would also apply to vehicles that encounter prolonged ambient temperatures below the freezing point of diesel exhaust fluid, which is about 12 degrees positive Fahrenheit, or other factors that make the use of DEF systems impractical. All these climate alarmist bureaucrats in Washington do not understand the consequences of their radical agenda that are hurting real people in our communities. That was Senator Lumens, who said, I'm proud to join Senator Sullivan in correcting the Obama and Biden administration's dangerous policies, ensuring drivers don't get stranded in their EPA-compliant vehicles. Even during the harshest winter weather, people should not have to choose between breaking the law or losing their lives. Nothing like being shut down with a wind chill of 20, 30, 40 below, which we're going to be seeing some of that in the not-too-distant future, right? All right, so shopping, it's that time of year, right? People still, to this day, buying new game systems. I found it's hard to... It kind of makes me feel like I'm getting old. Anybody remember when the PS2 came on the scene? It seems like it wasn't that long ago. After a quarter of a century it's been. One console still reigns supreme. It has been 25 years since the iconic photos and videos of the original launch of the PlayStation 2 system. People in Europe, crowds in the year 2000 lined up. They camped out, pushing through crowds to get their hands on a PS2 for the very first time. The launch in Europe was about 1 month after it was launched here in America. It signified a true consumerism-fueled riot that became synonymous with Black Friday. People were literally fighting to get these things. But from its launch day through Christmas in the year 2000, Sony said it sold 1.35 million units in North America, another million units in Europe in that same time period. The PS2 system, on average, sold over 6 million consoles every year since then, or 500,000 per month. More than 160 million lifetime units sold as of this November, which, of course, we're now December 1, but as reported, the PS2 eclipses two Nintendo products at the top of the list. The second most sales are the Nintendo DS. That's the handheld Nintendo at 154 million units, followed by the Nintendo Switch portable console at 152 million. A big drop to fourth place with the original Game Boy that was released in 1989. 118 million units sold. Sony's PS1 and Nintendo's Wii are the only other gaming systems to have sold over 100 million units. Interestingly, the PlayStation 2's main competitors during that time was the Nintendo GameCube, launched in North America November of 2001, and then you had the original Xbox, recall? They don't even crack the top 20 list. The Xbox, Microsoft's first foray into gaming systems, has sold 24.6 million units lifetime. The GameCube, only 21.74 million units. Both of those companies' modern systems, the Xbox Series XS and the Nintendo Switch, have already surpassed the sales of their counterparts from back in the year 2000. But still to this day, PS2, the top gaming system, people reporting, in some cases, literally addicted to gaming. I used to have a social life. I used to go on dates. I used to go out to family gatherings. All I do now is sit on my couch and play games. Locked in, right? All right, 844-844-3388. I believe the conversation was a week or two ago, speaking with Vic there in Indiana. He was citing, I'm not sure how much of the ocean freight is still diverting around the Horn of Africa, because that longer journey increases the cost of moving all that freight, which obviously gets passed on as higher consumer prices. Well, I can update that. Maersk Shipping Lines actually denied some of the published reports that they have set a timeline to resume services through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. In a customer advisory, the world's second largest container line said, quote, as the safety of crew, vessels, and cargo remain our top priority, we currently have no specific timing to change our Gemini east to west network to sailing through the Red Sea. Gemini is their cooperative service arrangement with the German carrier Hapag-Lloyd. The advisory, apparently there were some media reports after the Suez Canal Authority last week released a statement that they had signed an agreement with the Copenhagen-based carrier to resume sailings through the Suez Canal by early December. The Trans-Suez route is the fastest, most sustainable, and most efficient way for us to serve you with transport between Asia and Europe. As the efforts continue to stabilize the Red Sea, does continue to gain momentum, we're monitoring developments, exploring opportunities for a safe, sustainable return to those east-west Suez transits. A Maersk spokesperson in an email to FreightWave said the signing was an extension of an existing agreement. It was not related to the Red Sea. He shared the text of the announcement, which called for a normalization of Suez transits over time, apparently. Some of the major carriers since early last year have obviously been diverting the container and tanker voyages away from the Red Sea, making that long trip around the Horn of Africa to avoid the Houthi militia in Yemen attacking those vessels. Fewer ships has meant Egypt saw a dramatic decline in toll revenue, leading to concerns that they may be forced to cut spending on social services at a time of increasing instability throughout the Middle East. The authorities said 1,156 vessels transited the canal in November, which was up from about 1,000 a year ago. Considering the ceasefire progress when it comes to Gaza, we are monitoring developments in the region, continuously conducting detailed security assessments. But again, at this point, they're not confident in resuming full transit there. The Red Sea, as we know, in the Middle East, in the blink of an eye, things can change. The Houthis could change their mind and begin attacking vessels once again. All right, back as we head down the home stretch here on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
If memory serves, it was Knucklebuster that brought this up several weeks ago. And sure enough, this country, we transitioned. Yeah, when I was younger, when most of us were younger, coming out of high school, for many, obviously, couldn't afford to go to college to begin with. But we had options of learning trades, even in the latter high school years, or maybe going to get that degree. Welding jobs, plumbers, mechanics, other trades that are, even in this day and age, very good paying jobs. Somewhere down the line, the mentality went to, everybody's got to go to college. You've got to get a degree if you're going to be successful in this life. Get a degree. And, of course, we could talk ad nauseum about those who actually go get degrees in something stupid that does not offer any real good-paying employment when you do get the degree. So you've got a useless degree, and you can't even get a job paying more than working at McDonald's. Ford's chief executive officer says they are contending with just that. Their service bays are not supposed to be quiet places. That's where they find themselves. They can't fill thousands of mechanic jobs that should be humming along. And CEO Jim Farley explained on a recent episode of Office Hours Business Edition, Ford has roughly 5,000 open mechanic positions. The pay is strong at $120,000 a year. Even with that, he said, we can't get enough qualified people to take the roles. He said it's a national problem. If it's 5,000 for Ford, think about the big picture. Farley said there's nearly 1 million mechanic openings across emergency services, trucking, manufacturing, the skilled trades. The same shortage I wrote about, he said, when we were covering the Secret Services appearance at Apex 2025. They showed up with an armored Chevy Suburban or Suburbans and a recruiting team. They can't find enough ASE-certified technicians. They need specialists who understand advanced electronics, diagnostics, the unique security demands of a presidential vehicle. If the Secret Service can't keep their cars alive, the situation has gone well past just an automaker's problem, but all right, we'll have to close it out there here on a Monday. Thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the greatest day of the week. We'll see you back tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream